And we're on the air. Only my third try tonight. 2 of them on Chrome, which crashed on me. So right now I'm in Internet Express, and everything is working wonderful. So hopefully everything will continue to work great. And this is the TWIS Minion Science Island broadcast. Joining me are Dale Liebrecht from up in Canada. Yeah. The wave function, the Liebrecht hand wave function. There we go.
Hi, Ed.
And also joining us, she's muted right now, is Pamela Taylor-Grey and her daughter Chelsey. And we have some really interesting stories. The chat function actually worked, so we're doing okay. Hot off the presses is a story from the European Space Agency. Evidence that Mars had an ocean, quite an extensive ocean. I've got a real interesting story. It's about a interaction between a flower and its pollinator. And it's unusual in that the flower, the plant, shows a kind of intelligence. It decides to germinate based on the pollinator, the hummingbird's beak. And I'm not exactly sure if it's the depth of the pollinator's beak going into the nectar that somehow triggers this plant to decide to germinate. It seems to be beak size has something to do with it. Oh, so even in flowers, size does matter. We've got a really interesting story. It's traits and how we may be inheriting more traits from our fathers than from our mothers.
Does that mean that we're getting smarter or dumber?
We're surviving better.
That was a loaded question.
I don't know. I am not sure. I'll have to think about that. And I don't know. Maybe I'll answer it, maybe I won't. Number 3, a great story about a couple of young women who are going to be biking across the country, spreading science. They plan to do some pop-up science classes talking about climate change. And that's science out. That's a kind of science outreach I love to hear about. We have Blair in TWIS, one of the TWIS people, Blair Basderich, who was doing that kind of outreach in an aquarium she used to work for. And we'll get a discussion going there. Then we have another story about a quantum device that the researchers here say can detect and correct its own errors. A story Pamela will hopefully do about a unique source of energy if you want to charge your mobile device. And another story about why the universe isn't producing as many stars as expected, and a few more. I don't know how many we'll get to. We probably won't get to all the stories on the agenda. I will include links in the show notes when the Hangout gets posted to YouTube. Let me jump right in with the first story. Okay, guys, I'm going to try the old screen share again, which works differently in Internet Express. What the heck? I don't know. I see it popping up right in the middle of the screen. Now it went away. It's there and then it's not there. There we go. Screen. No, that's not working. Let's try this again.
Do you want me to try to screen share it on mine?
I'm going to go one more time.
Okay.
I want to present it to everyone.
I can see it. It's big.
Okay. It's not big what I'm looking at, but you can see it. Can you? I just really, the main thing I want to do is I'm trying to create an image here so that you can see something rather than the top of my head when I'm talking. That's basically why I'm trying to do it. Now the thing is, I can't manipulate it. Which is really what I want to do when I'm screen sharing. Not working the way I want it to, but I'll go with it, what I've got on this first story. Okay, European Space Agency. And they say a primitive ocean on Mars held more water than Earth's Arctic Ocean and covered a greater portion of the planet's surface than the Atlantic Ocean does on Earth, according to new results published today. And it's an international team using the European Space Agency's large, very large telescope, along with instruments at the W.M. Keck, something like that, observatory, and NASA's Infrared Telescope facility. And they're monitoring the atmosphere of Mars and mapped out the properties of the water in different parts of the Martian atmosphere over a 6-year period. And these new maps are the first of their kind. And they say about 4 billion years ago, the young planet Mars would have had enough water to cover its entire surface in a liquid layer about 140 meters deep. But it's more likely that the liquid would have pooled to form an ocean occupying almost half of Mars's northern hemisphere, and in some regions reaching depths greater than 1.6 kilometers. Now, 4 billion years ago was when Mars lost its magnetosphere. And so that's probably when water vapor began escaping into space. Our study provides a solid estimate of how much water Mars once held, by determining how much water was lost to space. With this work, we can better understand the history of water on Mars. The new estimate is based on detailed observation of 2 slightly different forms of water in Mars's atmosphere. One is the familiar form of water made with 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen, H2O. And the other is HDO, or semi-heavy water, a naturally occurring variation in which one hydrogen atom is replaced by a heavier form, deuterium. As the deuterated form is heavier than normal water, it is less easily lost into space through evaporation. So the greater the water lost from the planet, the greater the ratio of HDO to H2O in the water that remains. The researchers distinguished the chemical signatures of the 2 types of water using the European Space Agency's very large telescope in Chile, along with the 2 other instruments I mentioned. By comparing the ratio of HDO to H2O, scientists can measure by how much the fraction of HDO has increased, and thus determine how much more water has escaped into space. In the study, the team mapped the distribution of H2O and HDO repeatedly over 6 years. The maps revealed seasonal changes and microclimates, even though modern Mars is essentially a desert. And this is UFI, KAEUFL, of the European Space Agency. I am again overwhelmed by how much power there is in remote sensing and other planets using astronomical telescopes. We found the Asian Ocean more than 100 kilometers away. Kilometers away. I don't know. Some kind of meter. The team was especially interested in regions near the North and South Poles because the polar ice caps are the planet's largest known reservoir of water. The water stored there is thought to document the evolution of Mars's water from the wet Neocean period, which ended about 3.7 billion years ago. New research shows that atmospheric water in the near polar region was enriched in HDO by a factor of 7 relative to Earth's ocean water, implying that water on Mars' permanent ice caps is enriched eightfold. Mars must have lost a volume of water 6.5 times larger than the present polar caps to provide such a high level of enrichment. The volume of Mars's early oceans must have been at least 20 million cubic kilometers. Based on the surface of Mars today, a likely location for this water would be the northern plains, which have long been considered a good candidate because of the low-lying ground. An ancient ocean there would have occupied 19% of the planet's surface. By comparison, the Atlantic Ocean occupies 7% of the Earth's surface. With Mars losing that much water, the planet was very likely wet for a longer period of time than previously thought, suggesting the planet might have been habitable for longer. It is possible that Mars once had even more water, some of which may have been deposited below the surface. Because the new maps reveal microclimates and changes in the atmospheric water content over time, they may also prove to be useful in the continuing search for underground water. Hopefully you are suitably impressed, Dale.
Well, there was so much water there. Where are the whale bones? Why hasn't Curiosity found the whale bones?
Whale bones. Maybe we have to go a little bit deeper. Maybe this is a special Martian form of whale. Maybe this gets under the surface. You know, maybe instead of swimming, it's more like a mole. Maybe it's a mole whale.
Just because the water's there doesn't mean that there's life. I mean, you know, that life has to come from somewhere. So, you know, there's the theory that we come from bacteria from an asteroid. So if an asteroid hasn't hit Mars with a certain bacteria that can thrive in that water, just because there's water doesn't mean there's life. It just means there's a possibility.
I have no idea. No one has any idea. And all we can say, there's no life form until we find it. But the odds, man, I mean, the odds, I think, got to be pretty good. And if there was much more water on Mars, we're talking 4 billion years ago. I'm trying to think how long ago did life occur on Earth? And I want to say 6 billion years ago, but I don't, you know, I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure how long.
I don't want to. Maybe Dale, you could look in Wikipedia, perhaps. You can be the researcher here.
So you want to know how long ago life started on Earth?
On Earth. Yeah, and my thinking is that there could have been a period, perhaps billion or more years, where we know life existed on Earth. And we know that...
They think 3.8 billion.
How many?
They think 3.8 billion years ago, single-celled prokaryotic cells such as bacteria began to exist.
Okay. So that's close to when Mars lost its magnetosphere and started evaporating water off into space. So that would have taken some period of time. So I'm going to guess there was sufficient water on Mars that could have been seeded by life on Earth through volcanic eruptions spewing material into space. It's possible there could have been interaction between Mars and Earth during a period when both planets had water. And if that's the case, that's what I think could increase the odds of life being on Mars.
That'd be so cool if they found even ancient life forms, bones and stuff like that. That'd be really neat.
Yeah, well, we get we can do some explore. Well, I don't know if Curiosity is ever going to reach the area, these ocean areas, the plain where water did exist extensively on Mars. And then we don't know how deep in, Curiosity can't go very far into the soil. So it's probably going to take something else besides Curiosity.
What planet is it they're going to put a submarine into? They're going to core through the ice and drop a submarine in? Do you remember?
No.
I
Is
think
that
that'll
one of the is that Titan or Europa, one of the moons?
Yeah, something like that.
That's ice covered, and we know
Yeah.
there's activity, tidal activity of some kind.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that will be a really neat mission.
Okay, something just a little task, a little task block opened up. I have no idea what that was. Okay. And Pamela is saying she's making popcorn too. Okay, now this is very weird. I'm getting a, right now I'm getting the little blue circle-y thing, and I'm getting periodically this little taskbar block showing up. Are you seeing that as well, Dale?
Nope.
Okay, must be something on my end. I'm not going to worry about it. If something happens, I think even if I leave the if something happens at my end of the Hangout, hopefully one of you guys can send me an invite so I can get back in, figure out a way of getting back in. I don't know. There's something strange happening here. In any event, I'm going to go on to the next story. This is a real cool story about this plant pollinator interaction. Now let's see if I can get screen share to work. Okay. It disappeared. Now let's see. No, that's not what I want. Okay, let us try that again. Sorry, folks. I'm going to be stubborn. I'm going to get this freaking thing to work. I will have to... Okay. Come on, the enlarge won't work for me. Damn. Let's see. Let's see. I can't get it to enlarge for me. This is what I want to do. Okay. I'm gonna, Dale, maybe you can screen share this.
Okay, it was the...
This is story number 1. In fact, the heck with the screen share. There's a couple of places I really wanted to see the screen share, but because I'm an Internet Express, it's just working differently for me. So, no, in any event,
Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, I can see it, but every time I talk, the picture goes from the screen share to me.
Can you choose me? Just my screen? Like
No.
if you click, can you force mine up?
I don't know how to do that. I mean, I can
Okay.
click it, but as soon as I'm talking now and it's staying there. We'll see how this goes. Rather than just waiting patiently for any pollinator that comes along their way to start the next generation of seeds, some plants appear to recognize the best suitors and turn on to increase the chance of success. This finding stems from the discovery that the showy red and yellow blossoms of the Helicona torreoso, an exotic tropical plant, can recognize certain hummingbirds by the way the birds sip the flower's nectar. The plants respond by allowing pollen to germinate, ultimately increasing the chances for success and seed formation. Skipping ahead a little bit. Researchers from Oregon State University and the Smithsonian Institute announced their results in this week's issue of the Proceedings of the National Academy. To our knowledge, this is the first findings provide the first evidence of pollinator recognition in plants. In experiments at the Las Cruces Biological Station in Costa Rica, the researchers began by trying to pollinate these plants by hand. Although such methods are commonly used in plant propagation, the researchers were puzzled by their lack of success. So in an enclosed area, they exposed the plant to 6 species of hummingbirds and a butterfly. The team discovered that 2 types of hummingbirds, the violet saberwings and green hermits, achieved more than 80% success in fertilizing the plants. By controlling the source of pollen, the researchers excluded the possibility that fertilization could be explained by specific birds carrying higher quality pollen. The ones that turned it on tended to have long curved bills that could reach the nectar. The ones that couldn't turn it on had shorter bills that couldn't get into the nectar as much. By modifying their hand pollinating methods to mimic bird extracting nectar, the researchers were able to achieve similar success in fertilizing the plants that closed the loop in the mechanism. The 2 most effective hummingbird species also shared another characteristic. Compared to 5 other species, they tended to travel more widely across the landscape. The researchers hypothesized that since far-ranging species tend to collect pollen from more distant plants, the pollen would exhibit more genetic diversity and enhance the plant's competitive fitness. The mechanism may have evolved to enable the plant to sort out pollinators that are likely to be carrying high-quality pollen from those carrying poor-quality pollen. It's big energy savings. It is well known that the high cognitive capacity of many vertebrate pollinators allows them to recognize and specialize in particular flower species. A growing body of research indicates that plants may also exhibit complex decision-making behavior. Bettis has conducted research for 6 years at Las Cruces. The results of this and other studies there, he said, suggested that the integrity of these ecosystems could depend on maintaining corridors to enhance pollinator movement and survival. In some areas, tropical plants have been broken up into tropical forest have been broken up into smaller fragments as development and agriculture have expanded. We need to be more careful in how we manage the landscape in order to maintain the movements and occurrence of these key species. We know that if we make corridors to connect patches, and if we have bigger patches, these species will be maintained. Okay. Here's an abstract in our chat area that I'll include in the show notes. I went to it to get more details, but there's a PFD, a rather long PFD, so I didn't get to read it. So the real question becomes, what's the trigger mechanism? Beak length obviously has something to do with it. But there's got to be a trigger mechanism in the cup of the flower where the nectar resides. Something triggers it, triggers the plant to germinate. I don't know if it's the depth of the beak itself. Maybe there's something around the side of the flower that acts as a trigger. No, but would you say that there's enough decision-making here to call this intelligence?
No. I don't think so. So, a lot of vegans don't eat meat and eggs and dairy and everything else. This would be one step further, that if they declared plants to have intelligence, these people would starve to death, Ed. So we need to be very careful. We could be killing people on this. If we're not, we need to shape our words correctly.
It certainly shows. Go ahead, Pamela.
I was just saying they sound more intelligent than some people, though.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, I had to say that my decision-making hasn't been quite as good on many procreating journeys. The single bars in New York, which we won't talk about any further.
Yeah, there is a certain logical flow to what they're doing.
There's an interaction happening. And you have a plant initiating an interaction. So it's not that these plants are passive. They're not just passive. They're interacting based on some kind of chemistry of some sort. And in some cases, they're choosing. There is a choice: germinate or don't germinate. That choice has to be driven by some kind of, I keep using the word interaction. So it's the plant is not just being passive here.
It almost gets into what is life. You have to almost answer that question first and define it before you can declare, is that life?
Okay. I don't know. I think, you know.
What's your definition of life? I get it's intelligent life, right, is the key?
What's a good definition for life? Well, first, you start at the very basics. So I guess it would have to be reproduction. You'd have to have reproduction, a kind of reproduction happening.
But we're talking about intelligent life, right? Isn't that the point?
Intelligent life, it has to be...
Because lots of things reproduce. Lots of things reproduce, and believe me, it's not intelligent.
You'd have to have some form of creativity, perhaps? Pamela, you trying to say something?
Sorry, I was just saying, including some people, they reproduce. But there's no intelligent life there.
Okay. Now, we don't have that big computer from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. We don't have that. We're going to have to use our little good definition for intelligence. What makes a life form intelligent? And, of course, we have a bias because we think of intelligence in terms of human-like intelligence. So we've got a bias in this definition.
Well, wait a minute. Maybe it's not even intelligence. Maybe it's comes down to self-awareness, right? So you can have various different intelligence, but maybe what we're really asking is, at what point does something become self-aware?
Yeah,
okay.
That's it. I was going to say, by the other definition, a colony of ants is far more intelligent than the three of us.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, they work, like thousands of them work together without tripping over or anything. Look, they build those huge termite mounds in the desert, you know, that can 10 feet tall. I've never built anything that big.
Yeah, but as the human race has, though, we've built amazing things.
Yeah, I mean, you and I. So yeah, I think it comes down to self-awareness.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not intelligence. So I think ants would take it if they had self-awareness.
Yeah, I think self-awareness is the key. So is a plant self-aware? I don't think so.
Well, we haven't been able to observe self-awareness in plants yet. We can say that. We're learning that they're more proactive in their environment. They're not just sitting there waiting for a bee to pollinate it. And in this particular case, they're going beyond an insect or animal attempting to pollinate them. For instance, when a bee pollinates a flower, it's picking up packets of pollen. The packets are just sitting there. There's, you know, the flower, the plant is really kind of passive. It has nothing to do with that selection process. It's the bees who are making the selection. But here we have a plant. The plant is making the selection. The plant is choosing which hummingbird it will germinate with.
Is it making a choice, or is it inserting a chemical that's causing a reaction, like a switch?
Well, we'd have to know what triggered the exact trigger mechanism. There has to be something in the flower itself, or something with the nectar. Something's happening when the bird puts its beak into the nectar, and it has to be the depth at which the bird's beak goes into the nectar. That's a big part of it. So the plant, I don't know, I'm thinking there's hairs or something. There's something along the sides of the flower, that little cup that the nectar is in. And something is happening when that beak reaches enough depth that it triggers the reaction for the plant to germinate.
Definitely could be, but it's not self-aware.
No, that's not self-awareness. Okay. Let us move on to the next story. And perhaps, Dale, you can take it. We're talking about inheriting traits, and perhaps the Y chromosome being one of the prime trait inheritors, or something like that. Never mind. Go ahead, Dale. Save me here, Dale.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm on the right one. The mammals are more like their fathers, basically?
Yes, that is the one.
Okay, so you might resemble or act more like your mother, but a novel research study from UNC School of Medicine researchers reveals that mammals are genetically more like their dads. Specifically, the research shows that although we inherit equal amounts of genetic mutations from our parents, the mutations that make us who we are and not some other person, we actually use more of the DNA that we will inherit from our dads. The research published in the journal Nature Genetics has wide implications, the study of human disease, especially when you use mammalian research models. For instance, in many mouse models created for the study of gene expression related to disease, researchers typically don't take into account whether specific genetic expression originates from mothers or fathers. But the UNC research shows that inheriting a mutation has different consequences in mammals, depending on whether the genetic variant is inherited from the mother or father. This is an exceptional new research finding that opens the door to an entirely new area of exploration in human genetics. We've known that there are 95 genes that are subject to this parent of origin effect. They're called imprinted genes, and they can play roles in diseases depending on whether the genetic mutation came from the father or mother. Now we found that in addition to them, there are thousands of other genes that have a novel patient of origin effect. These genetic mutations that are handed down from the parents show up in many common but complex diseases that involve many genes, such as type 2 diabetes, heart disease, schizophrenia, obesity, and cancers. Studying them in genetically diverse mouse models that take parent of origin into account will give scientists more precise insights into the underlying causes of disease and the creation of therapeutics or other interventions. The key to this research is the collaborative cross, the most genetically diverse mouse population in the world, which is generated, housed, and distributed from UNC. Traditional lab mice are much more limited in their genetic diversity, and so they have limited use in studies that try to home in on important aspects of disease and diseases in humans. The collaborative cross bred together various wild type of mice to create wide diversity in the mouse genome. This helps scientists study diseases that involve various levels of genetic expression across many different genes. Gene expression connects DNA to proteins, which then carry out various functions inside the cells. This process is crucial for proper human health. Mutations that alter gene expression are called regulatory mutations. This type of genetic variation is probably the most important contributor, not to simple Mendelian diseases, where there's just one gene mutation, such as like cystic fibrosis, but to much more common and complex diseases such as diabetes, heart disease, neurological conditions, and a host of others. These diseases are driven by gene expression, not of one gene, but of hundreds or thousands of genes. The collaborative cross and the expertise we have at UNC allow us to look at different gene expression for every gene in the genome of every kind of tissue. For the Nature Genetics study, including these PhDs, they selected 3 genetically diverse inbred strains of mice that were descended from a subspecies that evolved on different continents. These mice were bred to create 9 different types of hybrid offspring, in which each strain was used as both father and mother. When the mice reached adulthood, the researchers measured gene expression in 4 different kinds of tissue, including RNA sequencing in the brain. They then qualified how much gene expression was derived from the mother and the father for every single gene in the genome. We found that the vast majority of genes, almost 80%, possess variants that alter gene expression. And this was when we discovered a new genome-wide expression imbalance in favor of the dad in several hundred genes. The imbalance resulted in offspring whose brain gene expression was significantly more like their father's. For every gene a scientist is interested in, they can create mice that have low, intermediate, or high expression of genes. And they can explore if that expression is associated with a specific disease. This expression level is dependent on the mother or the father. We now know that mammals express more genetic variants from the father. So imagine that a certain kind of mutation is bad. If inherited from the mother, the gene wouldn't be expressed as much as it would be from inherited from the father. So the bad mutation would have different consequences in disease if it were inherited from the mother or the father. These types of genetic mutations across hundreds of genes are hard to study, and major bottleneck to realizing the promises of post-genome era. Thanks to the collaborative cross, mouse can be used to model how these genes work and how they impact health and disease in any kind of tissue in the body. So I read through this whole article, and I think what it's saying is men are bad. Pamela, what do you think? She's speechless. She can't say anything.
Okay.
There's
a sentence here.
We're a mutation machine. You know, we're like a virus. Men are an infection. It's science.
Yeah, but viruses aren't bad. Viruses may have had a great deal to do with our own evolution. Maybe wouldn't have evolved. Maybe mammals might not have evolved if it wasn't for viruses manipulating. You're shaking your head.
Well, I think you're right. But again, if there's these epigenetic modulatory effects like they're describing, it's from the men. And wait a minute, was this study written by women by any chance?
James and Pedro.
Oh no, men that hate men. It's not good.
An interesting sentence here is, so the bad mutation would have different consequences in diseases if it were inherited from the mother or from the father. So we
that could mean anything, though, right?
Well, it could mean, can we identify, was this particular mutation, was it inherited from the Y chromosome or that double X chromosome? And once we know that, it can help us. It helps us in some way to deal with the disease, if in fact that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, no, they've found something interesting that, again, could need a whole ton of new study. All this stuff, you know, we go through, there's 25 of these a day posted to iterate through all these really interesting pieces of science. It almost goes back to computation again. We really need AI to help us with this stuff because there's just so much of it. We need automated research facilities, and I think we did a story once on research automation where the you know, so if they're doing simple PCR or whatever, you know, a machine is doing it and can pump out, you know, hundreds of times faster than what a human being can do, just for starters. All good science, but we're kind of, it feels like we're hitting the limits of what human beings can do and effectively study.
Well, we've reached the limit what human beings can do without the aid of computers. All research being done now is being done with the aid of computers, very sophisticated technology, compiling. And I have no idea what... Pamela's going crazy with the special effects there. I got to tell you, I don't know. After reading about these mutations in men, and now we're looking at our friend Pamela, I don't know who's calling what a bad mutation here.
Building manager.
I was putting a beard on. Now I look like one of you. But no, I heard you mention that you thought I was speechless. I was sorting out my daughter with some porridge. Sorry, so I missed some of it. But I did read the article myself the other day, and I think it's unfair. We do all the work.
Women do all the work and men do all the mutating?
No, but you get your genes in there. You get your genes influencing the baby, and we're the ones that do all the work growing the baby.
So men basically influenced the propagation of you, and we kind of made you what you are. So if you're an advanced being, you're kind of the creation of men. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't think that's what I was saying.
Well, I mean, we're talking about mutation, and that's evolution. We evolved through mutation, and now here it is. I got science right here to back me up. It's the men. It's the Y chromosome that's initiating the most mutations, the most gene expression. Even though we're little, even though that chromosome is tiny compared to the big, the big XX chromosome. Even though we're tiny, even that, it's more proactive. That's what I'm going to go with.
So, you know what? It's a democratic society, so maybe we should have a vote whether men or women are more advanced.
Yeah. My daughter's a product of she's got red hair and blue eyes. So we've got some recessive genes coming through because even though her father and I are from opposite sides of the planet, we must be related somehow.
Yep.
Yeah, Chelsey looks fascinated.
Yeah.
She doesn't have
likes
her.
the beard.
As a digress, you mentioned something. I think it was on Facebook. How each week you're going to be introducing your daughter to a new musical instrument.
Yes. Yes. What have we got so far? Got some maracas, an accordion, a xylophone. That's it so far. I'm gonna add some drums and.
Gotta have to go on the accordion if Chelsea's gonna be playing it.
I'll show you. Hang on. Here it is. It's a mini one, it's not a full-on accordion. I don't think I can even play that in this week. Hang on. The accordion, see?
I don't know. Maybe when she gets a little bit older.
Yeah. Well, I play it for her and she loves. At the moment. But she will play with it later.
Well, we have one viewer, so one person made it into the Hangout. That's great.
We have one viewer?
We have one viewer. I'm going to guess it might be Michael Jobin. He was trying to get in. He usually watches this. But...
Poor guy.
Okay. Plowing right along. Plowing right along. I'm going to get into the second story. I'm not even going to bother with the screen share. That's just not working. But in this particular case, it's a couple of young women, college graduates, UCLA alumni, and they're going to take a bike trip across from San Francisco to New York. And what I like about it, as I read this, is it's almost serendipitous. It's almost like they got together and they said, you know what, let's take a bike trip across the country, and while we're doing it, let's, excuse me, let's spread some science. Let's stop off some places to talk about science. And the two young women we're talking about are Elizabeth Case and Rachel Woods Robinson. And they're going to embark on an eco-friendly cross-country road trip, pedaling their bicycles over 3,800 miles from San Francisco to New York. Along the way, they will make pit stops to teach middle school students quick lessons in physics, solar power, and renewable energy. Now this is something I like. The first sentence here. The whole thing is a little terrifying, to be completely honest, said Case. But we'll get on our bicycles, we'll pedal every day, and we'll make it across the country somehow. And you know, when it comes to the people we need who are going to make those great discoveries, are going to take those risks, maybe that first step is they have to be terrified about what they're going to do. And it doesn't stop them.
That's funny.
Going on. Full of wanderlust, but also passionate about the world of science, the duo wanted to turn their adventure into something that others could benefit from as well. Thus, the Cycle for Science was born. And as you can, Dale, in the chat area, I put in a link for Cycle for Science. And interesting, what they did was they created almost a Kickstarter to give them the funds. So they created this solar-powered bike, I guess, that they can use to demonstrate solar energy. Science is what explains our world, and it is our hope that every kid has a chance to understand it. Everyone, but especially girls. In 2012, only 33.5% of female college freshmen intended to pursue science and engineering degrees. And in 2011, the Economics and Statistics Administration reported that women held less than 25% of science, technology, engineering, and math jobs in the United States. Case said she didn't realize her passion for physics and engineering until partway through her years at UCLA. She was originally an English major and intended to pursue a career in journalism, but she switched to physics, where she met Woods Robinson. Girls in middle school and high school don't necessarily have a role model in these fields. That makes it more difficult to visualize themselves as successful female scientists. Because kids seem to think that scientists are men in white labs with fuzzy, unkempt hair, Case thinks there is a great opportunity to have an open conversation about women and the role, or lack thereof, they play in the sciences. But it is even more than that. It's also a chance to encourage people to take a moment and just teach a little science. Like if there's a kid playing in the mud, say, hey, let's take a closer look at that mud. Look, there are microbes in it. What else can you observe there? In their cross-country journey, Case and Woods Robinson plan to conduct lessons in a kid-friendly way by using the Soul Cycle. It's a miniature 3D printed bicycle model they designed and created themselves. It's easy for us to talk about the need for hands-on learning, but these teachers have almost no budget for labs. We have ideas, stereotypes, assumptions, and we've read studies. But they have such grit, determination, and passion. We want to know what they find difficult, rewarding, and successful. Having raised enough money for the bike trip, but not for the educational portion of the endeavor, the two launched a fundraising campaign. And the Cycle for Science Indiegogo campaign kicked off in February 17th. They raised a little over $1,000 in the first couple of days, and they want to raise $6,000. Now, Dale, maybe here's where you can help me. If you could screen share where Cycle for Science, and we can look at their Kickstarter site.
Okay.
It's, you can see, well, if we can get the screen share to work, they're pretty close to their goal. They're, I think, about $600–700 away from that. There we go. Well, that's a video. Well, okay. They're $600. Just this morning, in fact, four hours ago, I checked and it was $5,350. So they got $75. That's neat, and that once again shows us how you can raise money. You know, I would say, you know, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, these two young women, if they needed to get $6,000 to do something, they'd have to find a benefactor. They'd have to hit up their friends or family, maybe. They're not going to go to a bank. No way a bank is going to them $6,000 for this. But now, through Kickstarter, they can just, go online and create this campaign. They've got the little rewards. There's the little miniature. So I want to see how that works myself. A neat little device. Man, this is terrific. This is exactly what we need more of. Scientific research, scientific outreach that's reaching kids.
Yeah, no, that's really good. And it's interesting that they can raise the money online like that. Like you said, it would be extremely difficult to do this 15 years ago. And now, you do a reasonable amount of work, you put your plan online, and people can back you. That's pretty cool.
And it's I mean, just the first part, thinking up the trip. Now, I've done that probably many, many times, but I'm not as big as a risk taker as these two young women are, because they took it one step further. They're actually going to go and do it.
Yeah, and I think a lot more people will take on endeavors like this because you can get the money. There's a lot of people that think what they're doing is important, and they're voting with their dollars.
Pamela, are you there? Could you unmute yourself, perhaps, Pamela? I mean, she's...
I'm here. I have a baby running around at the moment.
A baby, you're going to expose to science, right, Pamela?
Are they what? Sorry?
You may not... Running around after Chelsey, you might not have had a chance to look at our story. Talking about these two young women.
Yeah, I looked at it. Yeah, so you were going to ask then what we're doing around our area with regards to climate change. Was that the story you wanted to follow that with, or was that something else?
Well, okay, let me jump into that then.
No, that's fine, that's fine. Leave it at that. But no, I wish we need that kind of thing here. We need someone to be going around, because I think a lot of there's a small minority. It's the same thing I say every time. There's a small minority of teachers who are passionate about teaching, and that's awesome. But a lot of teachers just become teachers because they failed doing something else, and so they're not passionate. So they're teaching science. They only know what's in the textbook themselves because they're not passionate about it. So that how can a student become passionate about it if it's not passed on from the teacher, let alone getting more women in science? So yes, I would like these women to ride around here. That would be awesome.
And young girls, and I think it's really got to start with the young girls. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. As this story indicated, they really don't have that many role models. They're probably not exposed to those role models that are out there, women role models that are out there. We do have organizations. I know Joanna Monaster and Kirsten Sanford are involved in an organization that's trying to get more women involved in the sciences and to promote more. We were talking about the bad mutations over there with women. Here, women are my great hope for the future. Women represent, young girls represent the greatest underutilized resource in the world, in the United States, in Canada. We want to maximize our resources. That's how you survive. That's how we are going to be able to evolve to create a better future. So you look at resources we're not utilizing, and a resource we're not utilizing are women. Most of what is being done to a large extent by only half the population. That makes no sense to me. We got to get, you get that other half of the population involved in sciences, in every single endeavor. Man, think of how much more we can do.
I could say
Have I
something.
terrified you, Dale?
Well, I could say something right now. Women use a lot of resources. They also commit and they add to the resource base by bringing intelligence in a unique way to the table. But they also use an enormous amount of Kleenex and toilet paper, and we can't forget that.
I don't even know where to go with that.
I think you need to buy the ladies in your life a Shiwi. Have you seen them?
No, I don't even know what that is.
Oh, it's so that a woman, you don't need the toilet paper for peeing, you can pee standing up. So SHE-WEE, Shiwi.
Okay, I'm looking that up right now.
Yeah, everyone needs one. And then you'll save on toilet paper. What was the one? Kleenex?
I saw it might have been in a cooking show or something. I don't know what it was, but like in the Netherlands, they're common. You go in the supermarket and you can buy them.
Okay, I'm seeing what that is. That's interesting. So basically, it enables women to pee standing up. Is that the idea?
Yep.
Awesome.
Just pee like a guy.
Okay. That's cool.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's especially good for camping, and just if you're out public toilets, you don't want to sit down because they're a bit gross, but you have to go. They're really good.
Yeah, I've heard about the hoovering talent of some women. They develop certain muscles in their legs so they can hover above the toilet seat itself. Something guys don't really have to worry about much.
I don't know what hoovering means.
Do you mean hover? Yeah. Yeah. No, I do that. Yeah. Well, I used to do that before the Shiwi was invented. This is much better.
Who knew? I never knew there was such a device.
Sometimes when you're hovering and you're a bit drunk at the nightclub, in my younger days, it can have your shoe instead of the toilet, which isn't great.
Awesome.
We've gone off the rails. I'm completely lost. I don't even know where.
I like it. I love it.
I got a line up here somewhere. I don't know where.
I love it. We should have had Shiwi in the lineup.
Shiwi. Yes.
Shiwi. They're always.
Yeah, and that I really think is a good idea, but I don't know about that ruby cup for menstruating women. I don't know about that. I'm not.
I've never heard of that. I haven't lived. I've never heard of any of these things.
A ruby cup. Well, there's different brands. I thought we weren't going to talk about it. Everyone's going to know all about me on there now. Yeah, there's different brands. There's a Diva cup. There's a ruby cup. There's a moon something or other. Juvie. I don't know. Anyway, the reason I promote a ruby cup is because for every one sold, one is donated to a girl in a third world country so that she can continue to go to school. So when you're menstruating, they don't have tampons and pads there, so the girl has to stay home for the week. They go to school, so you're missing out on so much school. So they get donated a cup and then they can go to school. So it's made from the safest plastic you can have, as we've discussed in the past. No plastic is entirely safe, but it's safe. It's better than tampons anyway, with bleach and that kind of thing in them. They can last up to 10 years, so you should only need about 4 in your lifetime, which means a lot less waste, landfill, things being flushed down the toilet, and they last about 12 hours. So you pop it in, it fills up, you take it out, give it a wash out, put it back in, pop it out, and you do that for the whole period, and then you just sterilize it afterward for the next period.
Well, thinking about it, could there be, now I don't know about my sex education 101 here, you might have to educate me, but one of the things is you're talking about ova, right? Female eggs that are being processed out of the system. Could some of those be still fertile? That could still perhaps be salvaged, or no?
No, they're discarded at that stage.
Okay.
No, you can't catch them up and put them in the freezer. No.
I mean, that would have been great.
Because it's all mixed in. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's all like uterus lining. It's all the waste. I mean, I can show you my cup. It's clean. I don't have it in at the moment. If you want me to show it to you.
No, that's.
And you can see my shiwi too if you want. All right, just let me go get them.
Uh-oh. I perhaps have entered a can of worms.
We get to see a shiwi.
Okay, guys, you're not going to see this on TWIS. I got to tell you, this is not the story they're going to get into.
No.
Okay,
although you never know.
A resource, urine. That's got to. I mean, there has to be some use it can be put to. Correct.
What would that be?
What? Well, you can recycle urine. You can recycle urine for water. Don't they do that up in the International Space Station? Isn't that a way of recycling? You get water.
I bet that would be expensive. Or maybe we need the Bill Gates machine.
Okay, producing energy. In the past, and this, okay, disclaimer, I don't recommend this, but there were past societies that believed that drinking urine would cure certain problems. So we're not.
Well, I know they would test for, early doctors would test for diabetes by tasting the urine. Yeah, because your body couldn't take sugar, right, into the cells, so your urine would be very, very sweet. And so that was early testing, early days for diabetes test. I don't think I'd want to be a doctor. Here, pee in my mouth.
You could in some places that still practice urine swallowing. You have you could have the urine lollipop. I mean, just think of the possibilities.
Okay, you ready?
I'm ready.
So there's my cup. Okay.
Okay.
That's it. Yep. So this kind of just when you fold it like this, and then where's the camera? Sorry. So you fold it like that to get it up and in, and then it goes and it like pops out, and then that kind of sits just at the opening. So you just pull it out to grab it, and then you have to pop the side in. Where's the camera? To break the suction, and then you can get it out, and it sits in the cup. And I'm doing the demonstration here because I wish someone had told me that, because I thought it was stuck, and I had a terrible time the first time I used it, but then it was fine. So you have to break the suction.
Doesn't look very comfortable.
Yeah, it is. Once you've got it in, it's very comfortable. You can't feel it.
Really?
And then you keep thinking, oh, maybe it's fallen out, and you go check it. And and you keep checking that it's not overflowing, because it is that comfortable.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And so it's actually better than most others. Hang on, I'm just going to put my daughter on my boob, so she'll be quiet. So yeah, that's fantastic. And it's got the measurements on the side. So on one side it's got a 1/4 ounce and a 1/2 ounce, and on the other side it's got 7.5 mil and 15 mil. So that's how much it holds comfortably. And so even on a heavy flow, 12 hours, you'll be fine. You won't overflow.
So I wonder why this hasn't caught on to the mainstream.
I don't know. But it
should.
That's why we're talking about it now.
Yeah, it looks very simple and effective.
The site has an instructional video, doesn't it? It shows a woman demonstrating how to use it. I did not watch the video, but that's what it said.
I didn't watch one either. But I'm just telling you, that's what I figured out from trial and error. So I just do it in the shower.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. You don't have to do it in the shower. That's just what I do. And so anyway, the shiwi is in a pretty case, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it just looks like you're carrying, sunglasses around or something. No one knows what's in there. Although everyone knows now. And then that's the device that just goes up and under. And you don't have to buy this, but I bought the extender hose as well, just to give good aim.
Mm-hmm.
Aim?
Right? Yeah. Yeah.
And to clean it, you just run it under the water, soapy water?
Yeah, I just use baking soda. Yep. Or a bit of Dettol if you want to, whatever.
Yeah.
Especially if I'm somewhere that I've had to use it and there's not been any water to rinse it off immediately, I'll put a bit of disinfectant in when I do actually clean it, just to make sure. Because I don't want to put it back on after it's, been festive. Those are my devices.
That's really interesting. You're very brave to go on YouTube and show everybody.
Why?
Brave.
I was talking about...
She's Australian, Dale. She's Australian.
It's totally brave, because a lot of women feel that they would be judged if they did something like that. And she's totally open, and she's secure in who she is.
Well, the reason I came up with the conversation was because I was Skyping with a friend of mine who is Australian, but he's currently in the US. And so we were talking earlier today. And I said something about the Ruby Cup. I don't know how it came up in conversation. And he said, even your vagina's an activist. Anyway. And so I thought that's hilarious. And I said, well, if you look at me, I'm not currently pregnant, so you have to assume that I'm menstruating, right? And he said, yeah, you don't look menopausal. He was just being silly. So, this is happening. There's nothing to be ashamed of. It should be happening. If it wasn't happening, I need to go and get checked out. And so I'm sure you realize that I urinate, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing,
What's to be ashamed of?
So
why would anyone try and hide that?
So is this a form of...
I also poop. Sorry,
is it a form of vaginal activism? Is that what this is?
No, well, there's other brands, but the Ruby Cup is because that's the one where for every one that you buy, one is donated to a girl who needs one in a country where they don't have supplies. So that's what he was referring to when he said that. But there are other brands, but that's the one. It's a bit like the Life Straw. I've got a Life Straw as well if you want me to grab that. For every one sold, one is donated to someone in a country where they don't have clean water. Do you know what a Life Straw is?
No.
Oh, yeah. Yes. It was pretty good, right?
Do you want to get...
I'm getting educated, and all these things seem very, very practical. And I kind of laugh in just a little bit, but only because these things were so foreign to me. But they're very practical, and especially in a third world country where access is limited, it's very valuable.
Yeah, but they're good here. You don't have to get... actually, I might even write to Shiwi now that we're talking about this and say, hey, by the way, while you're at it, is it possible to, for every one that's sold or something, give one to someone in a country where they don't have good sanitation, so they're not just going and peeing in the street. They can have a bit more dignity. So I might even talk to that company because I've been promoting them for years without...
How much do these devices cost?
Hang on, sorry?
How much do these devices cost?
Shiwi was Australian, $30. I think a Ruby Cup is about, this is including delivery, by the way. A Ruby Cup was about $50. But I mean, that's for a decade, right? So that's $5 a year.
Wow.
And a pack of pack of tampons is about that. So you know that's only lasting for one period. And a life store is about $35, I think, $35.
Sorry, I didn't hear. What's a life store? What is that?
I'll go get it. Ed, you've heard of it. You explain it. I'll be right back with Mark.
Ed, explain away. I have no idea what that is. Life? Did she say life store?
A life straw.
Oh,
is
a life
device.
straw.
Maybe you've heard. That's where you put it in polluted water and you can drink it. That's what I think of.
Oh,
As a life straw.
I've seen those.
I mean, I know people use them, you know, when they go camping and things like that, if they're out in the Rocky Mountains or something. It's the kind of thing that you can certainly use in Africa, but, you know, that's, okay, minor rant of mine is how, when it comes to our natural bodily functions and talking about it, we Americans are just, are back in the freaking dark ages compared to other countries where it's just a normal part of the process, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I see what you mean. I think religion might have a little bit to do with that.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure when Pamela's coming back. If she comes, I'll leap into, and we can talk about the question I wanted to talk about in terms of a sustainable lifestyle, so we can get Pamela involved in that as well. My question being, where you live, are many people trying to adapt a more sustainable lifestyle? And do you think where you live, many people are taking climate change seriously? Now, I would have said in the United States, flat no. I would have said no. But then I saw this is a poll on January 15th, a New York Times poll. And, I'm going to have to read it. Figure out a way. Stupid thing won't. I can't get it to enlarge so I can read the unfortunate thing. Well, okay, Dale. You're going to have to save me once again and look at this poll. Because what the numbers show is that more than 50%, they show a majority of Americans think climate change will be a problem, but will be a problem to varying degrees. The real issue being, I think, what should the government do? I forget the numbers in that particular. Could you, Dale, could you click on that survey?
Okay, so I'm looking for the survey. It's the January 2015 New York Times.
Yes. Yes. Kind of interesting.
I can screen share that. Can you see it?
I can see it. I can't read it. Okay. So what was that first question? If nothing is done to reduce global warming, how serious of a problem do you think it will be for the United States? And those first two categories, very serious or somewhat serious, you're talking 78% of Americans think it could be serious. That's a bit of a surprise to me. The survey, I should say, it was the New York Times, which does have a liberal bias, but Stanford University, which is, as far as I can tell, has no bias, and this research group, which is a nonprofit, independent think tank operating out of Washington that does these types of surveys. So, and you know, you can look at their methodology if you want to. So this is scientifically, statistically valid. And that kind of surprised me that a majority of Americans, over 70%, think it will be a serious problem. If nothing is done to reduce global warming and the problem, how serious a problem do you think it would be to the world? I already said that, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. So it is kind of surprising. I didn't think that many would get it, but it sure looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go over the whole survey, but the numbers there were really surprising to me. How the vast majority, 75% of Americans, do think climate change and global warming will be a problem in the future. And what I sense is, what I see, even among the Republicans, the conservatives, they're starting to recognize it. They're starting to mitigate to a degree their opposition to this idea of climate change and climate change being a man-made problem. So I think, hopefully, we'll see future Congresses and future governments being more proactive.
Just feels like everything gets lost in politics rather than the science.
Dale, around where you live in Canada, do you think people are trying to adapt to more sustainable lifestyle? Do you think Canadians taking climate change seriously, as far as you can tell?
I think the average person, and I have a specific opinion that's biased on my own thoughts on the subject, but I think I see a lot of people really trying hard to do common sense things that they're being told to do. But I think many of them, a high percentage of them, are guided ways of trying to help the environment. And we all follow along because it makes us feel good and we think we're helping the planet. But I think a lot of it is misguided. But yeah, I do see a lot of people trying to help, but I think it's a lot of the ways they're trying to help, it's futile.
No. The things that are being done aren't going to dramatically change the equation. If we want to, we will do something about the problem, and we'll do it when it smacks us in the face harder. You know, maybe in 10 or 20 years, all of a sudden, the people that have built those condos by the waterfront, and they're underwater. And maybe he's finally wake up to the fact, you know, there's something we should have done this about this a little while ago. China, where China is talking about not doing anything, not reducing the pollution they're spewing into the atmosphere with their coal plants. They're not talking about doing anything to lower that until 2030. So I think, yeah, and where I live, people, like you say, are doing some things. But, like, you know, they carry the green plastic bag. They're not using the plastic bag. They're using the green cloth bag. I think when I look at this product sold in the store, they seem to be either looking buy more local stuff, maybe little things like that. But nothing that's going to make a really dramatic change. It will take the United States government to make that significant, dramatic change. The best hope might be the military, because the military, you know, when they start talking about military strategy, they forget about politics. They don't care about politics, and they're preparing. So maybe in the way they build their tanks or something. Go ahead, Dale. You're going to say something.
So I posted a link that homework for after the show. I'd like you to watch, and it's Penn and Teller on recycling. I don't know if have you seen that?
No.
Okay, so if you could take 20 minutes and watch it, and like I did a little research on it, because anything I watch, I'm very skeptical to begin with, and I'm also very careful on what sources I tend to believe. But I'm interested in your thought on it, because it has a lot to do with in this case, it's recycling, and that's a factor in how we use our resources. And then maybe we'll talk about it the next time. But yeah, the other thing is sort of I think people are feeling good about what they're doing. I think I'm hedging all my bets on science. I think that people will continue to be we're selfish beings in many cases, and we do what's best for ourselves as individuals in many cases, and I don't think we're going to change anybody. So I think that the way we're going to make the planet, to increasingly make it more hospitable for us, it'll be through technology and science. And I don't think there's another way to do it. I don't see people changing their habits in a significant enough way. That's my thought.
Pamela, what do you think? Think Australians are taking climate change seriously? Do you think more Australians are trying to live more sustainably, making some changes to their lifestyle?
Yeah, our Prime Minister doesn't take it seriously, but he won't be in for much longer, so that's okay. But yeah, Australians do for sure, because we see the effects of it here. We have extreme weather to start with, and it's just getting more extreme all the time. Sorry, I was going to say sorry, everyone. I couldn't find my life straw, which is bizarre. I might have to get another one. I don't know. Maybe I left it in a pond somewhere. But you can look it up, life straw, and you should get one. What was I going to say? Yeah, but that actually, I was thinking that this actually segues. We won't do it right now. Whenever you're ready, Ed, but it segues into the story about the way to charge one's iPhone, because we all have to do what we can to save energy and do what we can for climate change. So in Australia, yes, I believe people are more self-sustaining, living means electricity-wise. And as soon as we get some leadership that actually follows through with that, that would be awesome.
And you know what? I don't believe in I don't believe leadership will save us. I think what will save us is, this is a guess, I think that capitalism will save us. I think companies that will more and more, because of scientific breakthroughs, they'll take advantage of things like solar power, and people want to make money, and as these things get more and more efficient and they cost less and less, you'll have these capitalists that want to sell to people. You'll buy these things at Walmart, and they'll be really cheap, and people will begin to think, why on earth would I pay the power company what I'm paying them when I can put these things on my roof once and then lower my bills significantly or eliminate them altogether? I think we're going to hit a point where capitalism forces the issue, and I think leaders do what they need to do to try to stay in power, not necessarily what's good for society.
Yeah, I think, for instance, the electric car, Elon Musk's Tesla, and all of the car manufacturers are now producing an electric car, and they're getting better battery life. They're selling better. So when it is technology, when technology creates that product that people can make lots of money out of, and I think you will see individuals making changes, and then the capitalists, the money makers, the big corporations, then they'll clue into it and say, uh-oh, either one, I'm building a car that nobody's going to be buying in 5 years, I better do something. And you're right, it will be the large corporations, and it will be that money-making incentive, and the technology will advance to the point where that will happen. And in Connecticut now, when I get my power company, I get a little notice from a company that will sell me a solar panel. They'll sell me the solar panel and they'll service it. I don't know if it's really profitable or not, but that's something new. And I know that has happened in many other parts of the country where you can rent solar panels. It's a corporation where you can rent solar panels on a monthly basis, and they'll take care of servicing it. So it is going to be that profit motive.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we're statistically predictable, and as the within that linear chart of where you're plotting two items and you're looking at the cost efficiency of solar power with traditional power, when those meet, and I think we're just on the cusp of them meeting. Near the equator, you're going to see a lot of these things installed for sure. People, they want to pay less. People want more disposable income, and I think people are greedy. And that greed is what may save, make the world a more hospitable place. But I'm all for engineering it too. I'm not a naturalist. I think if we can improve things like we have and keep sculpting out this rock that's in the middle of nowhere, in the universe, if we can engineer it in such a way that it makes it more hospitable for people, then I think that's a great thing. Hopefully we don't screw it up.
Hello, Justin. Glad to see you made it. Well, can't hear you, as usual. This is the tradition. This is the Justin tradition. He teases us by showing up, and then he pantomimes for a couple of minutes, and we go crazy, and then...
So yeah, working out a new setup. Speaking of greed, though, so greed's a good thing, right?
It's all good.
Okay. So say somebody ordered something through the interwebs and paid for expedited shipping, and the thing showed up late. They should be mad, right?
Yeah, you'd think.
Pretty cool. New mixing board.
Mixing board.
What brand is it?
Showed up late. Showed up later than it should have. Here's the moral conundrum. That's not much of a conundrum.
Is that an eco-friendly board?
Probably not. I think
Is
it's...
that made out of renewable cyclables or something?
No, this was made out of by a coal-powered factory by small children in a foreign country where they don't get paid. But here's the thing. They sent me 2 of them.
They sent you 2 of them.
They sent me 2 of them.
That's awesome.
So I went back and I looked and I checked. I've only been charged once. I went and I pulled out the invoices to see what was going on. They're identical. Identical shipping orders. What is a man to do when tempted by
Did they
greed?
arrive in the same package or separate packages?
2 boxes, each marked 1 of 1, each with identical shipping details.
Well, thank God for inefficiency. I mean...
Okay, Pamela, you're a budding lawyer, okay? Hello, Pamela? So you now have an ethical question you can answer, perhaps a legal one. Is Justin obligated to return one of those 2 soundboards? Not what he's going to do, we can guess at that, but is he morally or legally obligated to?
Morally, yeah. I would, okay, morally, I would say you let them know, and then also, because it was late, you should get a refund on whatever you paid extra to get yours, and then they should have to pay for that. But legally, no, I don't think, well, I don't know your law, see, and it's different state by state, so I can't comment on this.
Well, say I knew somebody else who really needed a soundboard.
So you could sell it to them for the postage price that you lost.
Well, here's the other thing. Should I return it? What if I just say nothing and return the other one. Put the return label on it and ship it out. But say nothing.
I think you're greedy, and it's great. It's wonderful.
I may get a refund. I may
Oh, is that?
They may catch their mistake. I don't know. At this point, I think I found a moral loophole. Where, like, communicate nothing, but simply take the extra one, put the shipping label back on it, send it back to them, but say nothing. Maybe they will fail to credit me. Maybe not. But I think that's the right thing to do, is to send it back to them. But this implication that I have to do all this labor of communication and all these other steps that, you know.
I think you're stealing.
I think so too.
Yeah. We discussed it on the live broadcast.
Huh? No, I'm sending it back. I just was playing with the idea.
Okay.
Well, the first thing I heard cutting on as I'm unboxed one of the two things that soundboards they sent me was the word greed may save humanity. So.
Well, there you go. So that's your real motive, is you're trying to save humanity through keeping that second. Maybe you donate the money, you make some money off them, and you donate it to those Chinese or whatever third world country or whatever that made it, and you give a donation back to these kids that have created this product for you.
You probably won't do that. I'm actually highly suspicious of charities. I really am.
Why?
Just a lot of the big ones, at least. You hear how much money is used up in administrative. Like 80% of every dollar you give to the Red Cross ends up in administrative or something of this nature.
Is that a myth, though? Is that real?
And that stuff is pretty real. The one that's not is not Goodwill. Goodwill's, I think, pretty bad too. But Salvation Army. Salvation Army, the CEO of the Salvation Army makes like $45,000 a year. Whereas like the head of the Red Cross is like a politically connected person making like $400,000 a year, or something, like making what the president makes or something stupid like that. But yeah, the CEO of Salvation Army, which is in, you know, every state of the union and every big city, multiples of, makes a below poverty wage for this area, at least, as their annual income being the CEO.
Well, most people that are with the Red Cross volunteer, right? It's about giving your time and stuff, so
There's a volunteer level, but there's also the administrative level that holds like White House balls and stuff. I mean, didn't mean that literally, but maybe that's why they're getting paid the big bucks. Dude, this looks like a cool new toy. I gotta figure out how to plug it into something.
Okay, I pop in. I've got Pamela, who's waving little, I don't know what the heck they are. Looks like a teddy bear in front of us. I don't know what Dale was doing when I left, and Justin's fooling around with the soundboard. So you're officially off the rails here, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm looking for an out of some sort here.
What the heck is that, Pamela? What are you exposing us to? Is that a giraffe? A giraffe for charity? You know, I have supported a few charities, and I always go on the principle, people I know. Unfortunately, the people I know don't do very good with their charities, and after 5 or 6 years, they've moved back to the United States. So I guess that might be the sign of a good charity. It's a good charity if the people are going broke.
True. No, I got some puppets for Chelsea this week, and I was off.
Puppets. Justin,
They're only $2.
Justin's the expert on
they're
hand
only $2.
puppets. He's the hand puppet pro there.
That's why I was showing them.
Oh, we went there. Yeah, we went through a phase around the house where we were making our own puppets.
Yeah, well, these were $2 each, so they were just trying to get rid of them. So I
Wow.
rescued a giraffe and a lion and a frog and an elephant and a cat.
That's cute.
And Chelsea's currently eating the cat, so I can't show you that.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Your first step in your homeschooling project? Exposing Chelsea to zoology?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. There were other puppets that I could have gotten, but I didn't because they weren't factual. So there was a monster of some description that doesn't exist in real life, so I left it there. And there was a girl and a boy, but the girl was dressed in pink and the boy was dressed in blue. And I thought that was a bit limiting, so I left them there. And there was also a dog and a monkey, but she's already got a dog and a monkey in Stuffies, so I don't think she needs puppets of them. And she has already got a giraffe, but
Okay, I noticed when you look at the lower thirds, isn't that a pink line across? Are you using pink as the color on your lower thirds? I don't know.
Yeah. But yeah, that's true. I just did that because there was already 2 blues, and I was trying to mix it up. Yeah, why do we do that?
Nailed. Nailed. Hey, Ed, your line seems to be blue.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, I'm a Democrat,
What the?
so.
Oh, there you go. It's political blue.
Well, I was advertising feminine products before, so, you know. You missed it, Justin.
Yes, we're talking about menstruation cups. Now we got a guy who's going to strangle himself as he tries to set up his sounding board.
For a second, I thought I'd gotten a Mobius cord. Just it had no ends to it whatsoever. Just kept looping around.
You know, Justin, as I pointed out, you guys are not going to be talking about menstruation cups on Twist. You're not going to find it there.
Maybe. You never know. Nothing's off the table.
We're gonna jump into. I have a couple of very serious science questions, but why bother with that? So I'll let Pamela jump into her story. She posted on Facebook. Kind of a unique product for charging your mobile device.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Are we really going that low?
Well, I don't know how it became my story, but the technology is not new. It's the same technology that's been around forever. You know, kinetic watches, right? When you're walking around and your watch charges while you're walking, well, you know. So this is an old technology, and because politicians aren't doing enough for climate change, it's been left up to the porn industry to do something about climate change. And so I salute the porn industry for they're just taking a technology that already exists and promoting it so that people use it. So they're saying that when you masturbate, you can use that kinetic energy to charge your devices, just because you're doing it anyway, right? So why not? And that's all the story is. So they've what's it called, a wank band or something. So they're making a band around your wrist, whichever wrist you use, hand you use, maybe use both. You might want to, and you can attach it to your iPod or iPhone or whatever, and charge it while you're sorting yourself out. So you're doing, you know, 2 things at the same time. You're harnessing energy that's already there, so you may as well. And good on them. Yeah, that's all it is.
That's good exercise, right? It's healthy exercise for your body and your mind.
The thing is, you could use the wank band and not be wanking. You could just use it the way you would, you know, you would charge a kinetic watch that you can go into a jeweler today and buy. You know, so you can use it for wanking or not wanking, but it's harnessing kinetic energy that's not being used. So why not use it?
So is it equally energetic to be used for a woman with a vibrator, you think? Is there the vibrator edition?
They haven't mentioned it. Dale's got one on now to show us. No, see, no, you vibrator, you don't really have to do anything. Well, it depends what you buy, I guess, but the kind that I'm familiar with, you don't have to do much. You just sort of plug it in and strap it on and
Wrap it
so no, that really wouldn't work.
on?
I'm not showing you that. It wouldn't really work for me. But I'm sure there are other ladies who can use it, sure.
I can see PSA as wank for Mother Earth.
Well, I don't think that they're saying, you have to wank more often. They're just saying you're already doing it. We know you're doing it because you're buying our product. And they're just saying that everyone has to do their part. And it's all these little bits that add up to help the planet. So since the politicians aren't doing enough, the porn industry is trying to make up for it.
But maybe we can make like power plants and pay people to do this, so we can generate like a massive amount of energy by having, thousands of people just generating energy and pleasing themselves at the same time.
There you go. The next demonstration in front of the power plant, that coal power plant, get a whole bunch of people using the wank band to generate energy. That's the perfect
Oh, boy. I'm sorry, but I've got to laugh at this. It's funny.
I was laughing at Justin's face, actually, not what you were saying.
Okay, great. The wank band.
Sorry, honey. Yeah, none of the lights work. Yeah, we blew a fuse somehow. I don't know. No idea. What? No, of course no. I learned my lesson about that. Yeah. I forgot I was wearing it. Yeah.
Pure awesomeness.
I don't know. It sounds fun. I think they should market it.
Sure. Just to take the fun out of it. I mean, ladies can use it while dusting. It's the same kind of.
So, in what way are you going to be not teaching your child stereotypes? Because here you are, dressed in pink.
Use it dusting as well.
And of course, women can use this while dusting. See, you have. I think your child is going to end up a complete sexist, maybe even a misogynistic sexist, because you're programmed.
It's just today. I don't know why, but men can use it dusting as well, or polishing their car or their motorbike while you're polishing the bike. Women
and if they're polishing their motorbike, might as well polish their helmet while they're at it, right?
Right, that's exactly it. And women can use it to polish while they're polishing their motorbikes. I mean, it's just that they're harnessing something that's already there. Yep.
I wonder. Now that we've gone off the wheels, I don't know how much. There we go. I don't know.
That's
now you can tell how well it's charging. So you can kind of decide whether or not you need a stronger or a weaker stroke to charge up that battery. You could do that for train yourself, perhaps.
Yeah.
That's
I
awesome.
think that kind of goes back to our first story. I have to wonder, when we were talking about the plant and beak size and how the plant was determining whether or not it should germinate by beak size. Is that the same thing by any chance? The size of the beak, that's how the plant decides it's going to germinate?
Well, I suppose if someone was a larger size, they would generate more energy. Well, not generate, but yeah. because it would take more. So, sure. They might be able to charge up a couple of devices. Dale's put his order in now.
Well, we kept our viewer with us anyway. Our viewer hasn't dropped out, so.
I will attempt to solve the energy crisis myself.
Good for you. Good for you.
I care about the environment.
Exactly right. That's good.
You know, I remember somewhere in the hidden resources of the dark dungeon of my brain, is it that women who live together or something, their menstrual cycles will coordinate with one another? Just ring a bell?
Apparently.
And so...
Yeah, apparently. I've never really lived with a woman long enough for that to happen.
So if you have two guys that happen to be watching a particular movie, do you think their efforts might be coordinated? They would wind up with the same kind of rhythm, do you think, perhaps?
Okay, well, if two guys are watching that kind of movie together, they probably don't need to do self-service. Because, you know, they're probably a couple. So, no, I don't think so.
Right. Okay, I'm going to take a shot here. Go for science, because I know this is the one story if we can get to before we go on to wherever we're going to go, and that's quantum devices. A quantum device that detects and corrects zone errors. Perhaps you can go into that, Dale. And then I want to ask the question, what advances in computer technology are you most looking forward to, and how is it going to make your life better? Okay, this is an attempt at real science and real dialogue here. So go ahead, Dale. Let's get serious here.
Okay, I'm going to try.
We already lost Pamela, so. And
Okay.
there goes Justin. So
I'm right here. I'm just trying to get my new toy plugged in.
That's great. Okay, so when scientists develop a full quantum computer, the world of computing will undergo a revolution of sophistication, speed, and energy efficiency that will make even our beefiest conventional machines seem like Stone Age clunkers by comparison. When scientists develop a full quantum computer, the world of computing will undergo a revolution of sophistication, speed, and energy efficiency that will make even our beefiest conventional machines seem like Stone Age clunkers by comparison. But before that happens, quantum physicists like the ones at UC Santa Barbara's physics professor John Martinez's lab will have to create circuitry that will take advantage of the marvelous computing prowess promised by the quantum qubit, while compensating for its high vulnerability to environmentally induced error. What they're calling a major milestone, the researchers in the Martinez lab have developed quantum circuitry that self-checks for errors and suppresses them, preserving the qubit states and imbuing the system with the highly sought-after reliability that will prove foundational for the building of large-scale superconducting quantum computers. Turns out, keeping qubits error-free or stable enough to reproduce the same result time and time again is one of the major hurdles scientists on the forefront of quantum computing face. One of the biggest challenges in quantum computing is that qubits are inherently faulty. So if you store some information in them, they might forget it. Unlike classical computing, in which the computer bits exist on one of two binary yes or no, true or false positions, qubits can exist at any and all positions simultaneously in various dimensions. It is this property called superpositioning that gives quantum computers their phenomenal computational power, but it's also this characteristic which makes qubits prone to flipping, especially in unstable environments, and thus difficult to work with. It's hard to process information if it disappears, said Kelly. However, that obstacle may just have been cleared by Kelly, postdoctoral research, Remy Barron, staff scientist Austin Fowler, and others in the Martinez group. The error process involves creating a scheme in which several qubits work together to preserve the information, said Kelly. To do this, information is stored across several qubits. And the idea is that we build a system of 9 qubits, which can then look for errors, he said. Qubits in the grid are responsible for safeguarding information contained in the neighbors, he explained, in a repetitive error detection correction system that can protect the appropriate information and store it longer than any individual qubit can. This is the first time a quantum device has been built that is capable of correcting its own errors. For the kind of complex calculations the researchers envision for an actual quantum computer, something up to 100 million qubits would be needed. But before that, robust self-check and error prevention system is necessary. Key to this quantum error detection and correction system is a scheme developed by Fowler called the surface code. It uses parity information, the measurement of change from the original data, if any, as opposed to the duplication of the original information that is part of the process of error detection in classical computing. That way, the actual original information is being preserved in the qubits, remains unobserved. Did I say that right? That way, the actual original information that is being preserved in the qubits remains unobserved. Why? Because quantum physics. You can't measure a quantum state and expect it to still be quantum. The very act of measurement locks the qubit into a single state and it loses its superpositioning power. Therefore, something akin to a Sudoku puzzle, the parity values of data qubits in a qubit array are taken by adjacent measurement qubits, which essentially assess the information in data qubits by measuring around them. So you pull out just enough information to detect errors, but not enough to peek under the hood and destroy the quantumness. This development represents a meeting of the best in science behind the physical and the theoretical in quantum computing, the latest in qubit stabilization, and advances in the algorithms behind the logic of quantum computing. It's a major milestone, said Behrens, because it means that the ideas people have had for decades are actually doable in a real system. The Martinez group continues to refine its research to develop this important new tool. This particular quantum error correction has been proved to protect against the bit flip error. However, the researchers have their eye on correcting the complementary error called the phase flip, as well as running the error correction cycles for longer periods to see what behaviors might emerge. Martinez and the senior group members of his research group have, since this research was performed, entered into a partnership with Google.
Yes.
So that's a really good breakthrough. Very simple, long-winded. They've created error correction using several qubits for like a parity system. Neato. That's what's going to save the planet. Not the what's it called? One of those things you install in your vagina. That won't save the planet.
I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I never thought about the problem of where you observe something and then it loses its superposition power. Now they claim. Go ahead.
It sounds like they've found a way to, like they're just kind of peeking under the hood, but not so much that they're seeing the information and causing its state to stabilize, right? Is that what you got from it?
Yeah, I'm looking at this one sentence. I mean, I don't understand this very well to begin with, but it says the parity values of data qubits in a qubit array are taken by adjunct measurement qubits, which essentially assesses the information in data qubits by measuring around it. That almost seems like doublespeak to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Adjunct measurement qubits. Adjunct measurement qubits. So you've got this array of qubits, and one part of this array must be these adjunct measurement qubits. I don't know.
So what does adjunct mean?
Okay.
Thing added to something else as a supplementary rather than an essential part. Connected or added to something, typically in an auxiliary way. All right.
I don't know how much you've read on the D-wave or anything, but does that, the problem they talked here about superposition, as soon as you observe the particle, it loses its superposition. I haven't heard of any kind of a problem like that regarding D-wave, but then I've also heard that D-wave is really a quantum computer.
Oh, it totally has that issue, is my understanding. Because the whole point of that large refrigerator is to minimize environmental noise, which can destabilize quantum states. So I think if there was a form of error correction, you know, they could continue to do that noise cancellation that they're working on by a better container, essentially. And at the same time, if they had a parity system, you'd waste some of your qubits, though, I think, right? So if you had a 1,000 qubit system and say you needed around 10 to come up with a system of, you know, parity checks or some sort of cyclic redundancy, you would also reduce the factor of processing power by 10, right?
That would be a big reduction.
That would be a huge reduction. So they would need to build very large processors, which may be possible, but the machine would all of a sudden be very accurate. Right now, I think D-Wave's approach is they take several computational runs and then do basically compute an average value based on several runs at the same problem. And I think they're doing all sorts of
That's interesting.
tweaks on it. Like they're trying to lower the noise. You know, there's probably a whole software level that they're approaching the problem through mathematics. I think they're taking a multi-stage approach, and maybe this will get added to it as well. It's very simple. Like this goes back to the old modem days, you know, 1950s and 60s technology where you had a parity bit to determine accuracy, except they found a way to do it at the quantum level.
And it teamed up with Google, so...
Yeah. So the secret's not to look too hard, because if you look too much, if you peek too much and get the value, then it's no longer quantum. Great glasses. You look like one of the Hanson brothers now. I want to do the Hyperloop one. Can we talk about Hyperloop?
Okay, let's talk about Hyperloops.
Because I think it's really cool. They have these... Oh, I tried to go there, and I'm getting an error. Didn't work. Darn.
It was working earlier in the day. Put it in the chat area.
Yeah, I can't get there.
Oh, rats, you're right. It's not working.
Darn. Because I think it's so cool, one of these, to be pushed around by a pneumatic system.
There are two companies that are testing Hyperloops. One in Elon Musk, a smaller Hyperloop, and another corporation doing it, maybe in Texas, where it's a much larger Hyperloop.
I only heard of the one. I didn't know there was two. Here, I'll do a screen share here, if you don't mind. I'll show you some pictures. Let me just screen share this. Desktop, screen share, Hyperloop. Can you kind of see that?
Mm-hmm.
So you see this car, or whatever they call it, basically just passing through a tube. There isn't much to it. different shots here, the same thing. So it looks pretty simple, and they think it'll be faster than aircraft, right? It'll be supersonic, I think.
What part of the technology would make it, well, I don't know, I guess faster? But what I'm thinking about, if you're going to go coast to coast, wouldn't you do a monorail system? Be a lot more efficient? I don't know, more cheaper? I don't quite understand the technology behind what's powering this particular vehicle in that hyperloop.
Isn't it a flotation thing? I mean, isn't this basically monorail? But I mean, it's levitating. It's zero friction, or as close to it as they can get, right?
Yeah, it's a monorail system. That's what monorail is, isn't it? Elevates the car above the tracks, and then uses electromagnetism, I think.
But this does it in a tube, Ed. That makes it cooler.
There we go. It's in a tube. Well, does a tube somehow?
So they're using.
It's faster than a plane, but sorry, I was going to say, what about the security aspect? Because the thing that I hate about planes is having to empty all my pockets and take my shoes off and blah 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 through X-rays and have people feel me up and make sure I'm not carrying a bomb. So you wouldn't have to worry about that on.
They just do that for fun.
Okay, Pamela, you mentioned boobs, and my mind has just gone blank. I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong.
So did Chelsey.
What are we talking about?
So the security. So if you're getting on this train, the monorail, what you're talking about here, one, it's going faster than a plane, so that's awesome. But two, what I'm saying is you wouldn't have to go through all the security that you have to go through on a plane, right? Or do you think you still would in the USA?
I'd say you'd have to do. I mean, your trip would be quicker, but outside of the fact that it's quicker, you'd still got to check. Go ahead.
Okay,
Yes.
I have a question. I don't know who can answer this. Maybe Justin, because he's closest. But how far is it from Los Angeles to San Francisco? Approximately. Because they said that trip would be faster than an airplane, and it would cost $30. So my question is, I have no way to relate that because I don't know what that means. But what does it cost to fly in an airplane from LA to San Francisco? Because they're talking being there in 40 minutes and costing $30 or something like that. What does that compare to what we can do now?
So that's basically where we're at already with air traffic.
Oh.
Air traffic to go from this part of the state to the southern part of the state is about 80, 90, maybe it's gone up. Maybe it's $100 now. And it takes maybe 45 minutes.
Oh.
Right? So it's not really that part of it that becomes more efficient. If you can make it $30, really, it won't be $30. It'll be $50 at least. If they can do it in about the same time, you're not really saving a whole heck of a lot of time. If you think about the security aspect of it, I don't know. New York subways, when I was on them, didn't seem more secure than being on an airplane. It seemed like there was no visible security anyway. They might have had hidden detectors looking for radioactive or trace elemental explosives, but I saw nothing. So I think it's I don't know. Maybe it's not that big of a difference between air flight, but it's for people who don't like to fly.
But maybe you can send more people around more efficiently. So, because I'd imagine these tubes, you can just keep shooting through these tubes, I would imagine. And an airplane. Go ahead.
No, sorry, I was just going to say you could live in San Francisco and work in Los Angeles.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. I don't know. It seems like really cool technology. I don't know if it's practical, but like being shot around with air in a tube kind of feels like
Pneumatic tube. It's
Jetsons.
long pneumatic tube. We used to have, back in manufacturing days, sending something from, a letter from one place. You just shot it into that that pneumatic tube, and it went whoosh.
That would be so.
That's basically it. As far as I don't know, probably a lot more science involved.
I picture everybody being shot to the front of the train when it stops, and everybody's at the window.
No, well, you'd have to wear seatbelts. No, but when I was talking about the security before, I was saying that as a bonus, you wouldn't have to go through all that rubbish you have to go through at an airport, I'm sure.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah.
Airports suck.
Yeah, they do.
I don't know. It looks very cool, very futuristic, but I got my doubts that some. I mean, there'll be other kinds of ways of getting around. I think faster. I mean, the regular old train, but that takes a couple of days. But you improve on that, and you go to some kind of bullet train like they got in Tokyo. I don't know.
Forgive me for continuing to attempt to do this play with toys thing over here, but can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Am I too loud?
Actually,
You got
you're very
lots of-
clear. Sorry.
you got a lot of reverb on it. Sounds cool.
Oh, there we go. That should do the reverb away. Okay, sorry.
The preamps on that board sound pretty clean.
It's some preamp on the board maybe, but it's also I've also got this other thing on here. That's able to create weird effects.
Cool.
Those are coming through.
You sound like a Cylon from the 70s.
Is it? Oh, really? Okay, so this way. It's weird because I don't have any. Sorry. I don't have any monitor here, so all I can hear is me talking. So I can't tell if it's coming across weird or not. Ooh, I know I can monitor though. Hang on.
Okay, Justin, you've got this voice distortion thing. So exactly who are you going to kidnap, and how are you going to? I mean, what's your deal there? I mean, that's the only thing I can think of is you're going to kidnap somebody, and when you call up the FBI, they won't be able to recognize your voice.
That's creepy.
Right. But however, I will have called from my cell phone, so they'll have my number. See, I haven't thought of everything yet.
You sound exactly like a
Now I should be
Cylon.
able to monitor. Okay, so this is weird. Yeah, now I can hear
It's clean.
the weirdness.
What's happening?
Crazy. Yeah, that was my first. This is. Hang on. I can't figure out quite yet how to prevent it from being weird. That was my first thought. This is the tool that you buy right before you make the extortion phone call. Mostly I got this for the radio play thing because I've found that I loathe editing audio line by line, phrase by phrase throughout an hour and a half long.
Is that the jack feedback thing?
Yeah. So this is one way to create either it's either to do the robot voice, or it's also going to allow for like being able to do different voices, different voices that I could even do and have them be sounding very different.
Okay, Justin, now you've got Dale here, and Dale is an engineer at a television station. So here's your opportunity to do an audition, right? You can audition your jack feedback. I mean, I'm sure somebody's waiting to put buckets of money into that production.
No, give me a city name, Dale.
Saskatoon.
Whoa, Saskatoon, good morning. Whoa, you got to get out there and drive. Got to get to work, pay that mortgage. Oh, it's hell out there today. I want to do like the morning drive time. I want to be a scream jock.
You have a fantastic radio voice.
Right? Like, this is perfect. I could just scream at people in the morning. I could go in, I'd prep by having like 5 cups of coffee, or or maybe just entire vessels of coffee, and just go in there and yell at people. Whoa! 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 Like do all that kind of. It'd be fun.
You should do. You should do radio.
My father-in-law is doing drive time radio in New York somehow.
Oh yeah.
From his office that's now been converted into an office studio here in Davis.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. So it's like
That's really cool.
this is we're all wired in. We could be on live radio anywhere in the world right now and be somewhere totally different.
Yeah, exactly.
He's always done the one thing though. He's been in radio for a long time. He does that thing that I've never done that I don't know if I could handle, which is he has a producer in his ear. Sort of letting him know to wrap it up or to, oh, you've got a caller on line 1, let's go to line 1, take this caller, or blah-de-de-blah, whatever it is. I've never had a voice in my ear while I'm doing live shows telling me stuff or giving me info or any. I think that'd be exceedingly distracting. I think I'd be constantly, wait, hang on, what? I'm getting a transmission. Yeah? Okay, the voices are telling me there is a call on line 1. Is there a call on line 1? Yes, the voices have spoken true again. Like it'd be more like of a soothsayer or like I think it'd be doing a psychic thing with this this voice in my ear.
Yeah, I think TV is even worse. They chat even more in your ear all the time.
Oh, no doubt.
Super
But I
confusing.
got to get this Jack feedback thing up and running again. I've got some stuff recorded from Tony Steele that is incredible. This guy's got an amazing voice. He did 2 different character voices for me and sent them in, and they're just outstanding, right? I've got Conrad wanting to figure out. He's trying to get an excuse for a new mic, so he wants to. He's like, if you ever have an Irish character, I'm like, but these are aliens. Everybody sounds like an alien. And just speak English with any kind of an accent, and you're an alien. We use Australians a lot. Australians make good future space people. That's what Farscape was. It was a bunch of Australians. It was like, oh, they sound like it could be from another planet. They've got a weird accent. Yeah, it's Australian, but, toned down a little bit.
Yeah, we use
Well, what was her name? Erin Sung, one of the main characters. She was raised partly in Australia, partly in, England. So she had this weird hybrid Kent English Australian accent that wasn't really either one, and then they tried to emulate it. They tried to make other people talk like her through the show because it wasn't immediately Australian, and it wasn't British. So it was like this weird hybrid of the two, and they tried to get other people to talk like her during the show because it seemed like that was plausible, that people would speak English with a slightly different dialect in space.
But that the bad guy who did that thing, I'm pretty sure he was from New Zealand.
Right, which
by
is
his accent.
weirder. That might as well be a different.
Yeah. So that was fun. That was a good show.
Yeah. And they had a good reason for everybody to speak English too. They had John Crichton had these little. He got injected with something that did the translation there.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, that's Babelfish. That's Hitchhiker's Guide.
What? Oh yeah, I thought
Hitchhiker's Guide. That's I don't know the character's name, but
John Crichton got an injection in his ankle.
Yeah, that's right.
In Jack feedback, it's nanolators, little computers that go into your brain that do all the translating for you.
seems like half of the actors I see in English movies are from Australia anyway.
Well, I got asked the other day where I'm from, and I said, I'm from here. And she said, oh, you sound like you got a bit of an accent. Here, mate.
Well,
yeah.
I'm from here, mate.
Wait. Oh, where's
Oh,
it?
that's.
Oh, hang on.
I'm from here, mate.
I think I spend so much time talking to foreigners, and I have to adapt my speech when I'm talking to foreigners, that I must have screwed up my Aussie accent or something.
Well, Pamela, when you appear in court, are you going to, maybe what you can do is, depending on what region of the country you're in, have a different accent?
I don't know. I don't think it sounds any different. No. I pronounce my R's deliberately. I know that, because otherwise certain people can't understand me very well.
Do Australians not normally pronounce their R's?
No.
I feel like they
So,
do.
like,
I feel like they pronounce it when they're not supposed to.
No. So instead of here, it's here.
Yeah.
And we
Yeah,
say,
okay, no, I get it.
yeah. And like record instead of record.
Well, you got the first one. Halfway.
Yeah, you get the first. Yeah.
This is, I guess I always calling Australia Australia.
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 Arr. But like pirate speak. Arr.
I have
It'll
no
be
idea
interesting
what
to
I'm
see
doing with this thing now.
this little person comes out with, because she's half British.
What's one of the things, two countries where cities have very interesting, very cool sounding names. One is Australia and the other is Wales. So right now you're in, what, Tamwamba or something? What's the name of the town you're now in, Pamela? With
Is
the
it
big
Zimbabwe?
giant spiders.
Yeah, I don't usually broadcast where I live.
Oh, sorry.
Anyway, that's okay.
You posted it on Facebook.
But yeah, I mean, no, but that's
It
not.
says mother law student private. Oh, investigate.
No, but
okay, I see it at the bottom.
I mean,
Okay.
which is in my friend did. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm in southeast Queensland,
Okay, sorry.
Australia. Yeah, and yeah,
But they do have very
spiders
interesting
around.
names in Australia. The cities have the indigenous Australian names.
A lot of them do. Yeah. So don't you have Native American names for some places there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Originally, but we've kind of changed them, changed their pronunciation to make anglicize them. Until rich people built there, and then they try to go back to the original pronunciation to make it seem cool.
Like there's a lot that are in there. A lot of the states are originated in Native American words. Michigan, Utah, I think Oklahoma. What else is there?
So why did you compare us to Wales? We can
Ottawa?
be more-
But Wales, it's not Celtic Irish, but it's somewhat similar to Celtic Irish, and then you have Celtic Scot. But the names, they tend to put words together, like the Germans do a little bit. So you'll have a town in Wales, and there'll be like 27 letters.
Yeah.
And they don't pronounce all their words, they pronounce them, all the letters, they pronounce it differently, so it's interesting.
This is the Inuits. The Inuits got completely screwed by having Germans come in and give them their written language the first time around.
Mm-hmm.
They have words that go on for like 3 pages, and they don't have many consonants. Like an example is the first airport we landed in was Kangaroosalak. Love that. I love that airport, Kangaroosalak. They didn't even have kangaroos there, but they had a Kangaroosalak. And the town we stayed in was Connacht, which was Qaanaaq. And that, but this is their letter. It's like Q's and A's and N's and U's and a very few other letters. But you can have 17, 21, 30 character long words. But it's the same thing with the German. It's that combination of you take two words you already have, you smash them together to make a new word, and you do this enough times, and you end up with a really long word. That means shoe. But a very particular, specific type of shoe. Sturdy, warm, made of both seal and muskoxen shoe. But it's basically it's what we now refer to as Uggs. Because somebody looked at that word and went, Ugg. No way I'm saying that.
They have such a strong accent. 18 months ago or so, when I started listening to them on a daily basis, I couldn't understand them all the time. But now I can understand them. But yeah, at first I was like, Welsh? What? What the heck did they just say? But now I've been to Wales, and I understand them. It's fine. They don't understand me.
The Scandinavians can't make the sound. They have no TH in their language. So everything is Thursday, the number 3.
Well, hey guys, I gotta check out big project this weekend, so we will talk to you all next week.
Good night, Dale.
All right, take care, guys.
Another great habit.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Brush the popcorn out of your teeth before you go to bed, or they get stuck.
No. It didn't work. Yeah, I don't know how to search. It's it's one you have Japanese people and Oriental people who can't pronounce, what is it, the R's? But it's obviously, I mean, their children born in the United States can very easily. So I guess it must be something environmental as opposed to something genetic.
Well, it's one of those things where you just aren't using it. I don't think it's the R's. I think it's the L's, isn't it?
The L's?
The L's turn into R's. I think.
No, the other way around. R's turn into L's. And it's if you don't, I think it's age 6, if you don't hear certain sounds at an age, you will never be able to pronounce them properly. I was talking to some friends about this when I was in Switzerland, and they're all multilingual. And because they hadn't heard certain, I have to look it up, but they were definitely saying they couldn't pronounce certain sounds because they didn't hear them until a later age. So it's really important to have. I'm exposing my daughter to a lot of different languages so that she has them in her, memory bank. So if she goes to learn a language later on in life, she can pronounce it properly.
See, I got to disagree with you though, Pamela. I'm pretty sure the L's turn into R's. As I go back in my mind and access every episode of Charlie Chan I've ever watched, okay, I'm pretty sure he would say something along like, "You look like a man who has very," as opposed to how would you switch an L to how would you switch an R to an L? You're ready to learn this lace. No way. You're not ready to learn this lace. That's not broken Chinese. It's you look like you do your own laundry. Right? That's what it is. It's they can't make the la 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 sound. I know that's terrible, but
That was it. Wasn't that guy an English guy, though?
inadvertently turning.
That was an English guy doing the Chinese accent. So
no, that was me trying to be Charlie Chan.
yeah, Charlie Chan was the guy who played it. I think he was an English actor. Might have been an American.
Was doing a very bad, doing a very bad Chinese accent. But nonetheless, good mysteries. And he had a #1 son who always helped him out. And and yes, you're the #1 daughter.
Yeah.
So you think, Pamela, that Chelsey has some natural rhythm? She picked up the the little maracas.
Oh, she didn't let them go for 2 days. She was just holding them in her little hands upside down, shaking them. So happy.
Nice.
She had to put them in the bath. She was sleeping with them. I had to bring home a xylophone just to get her to let go of them.
Alright, so forgive me as I continue to mess with my new toy here. There's just too much to play with, too many buttons to hit.
You know, I had an article I'm not going to bother going through, but it talked about science and art, how science and art are mixing together. And now, for instance, when you see someone in a motion picture television show, that's probably not how they look. There's probably so much photoshopping, editing going on in all movies and televisions. When people go on the stage, you've got a mixer back there, and their voice doesn't sound anything like if you were right in front of them.
That's probably very true.
Yeah, I've been told countless times by my friends, and they think it's a compliment. They said, "Oh, you look way better on YouTube."
Yeah, I'm told I have a very deep voice on radio, but
Yeah.
true.
And people always expect me to be taller. Oh, I didn't realize you were so small.
I couldn't believe it when we talked about that with the week before last, just how, well, in comparison, I thought your friend, is it Nicola? I thought he was a giant.
Nicole. Yeah, no.
He towered over you. I figured this guy was 6'5", and then Justin tells me he's like 5'10".
No, 4'10". 4'7"? What is it?
What,
4'6".
me?
Am I getting close? 4'5". 4'5".
5 on the dot. 5'1" on a good day.
That's in heels. Come on.
No, in
That's a
heels.
big heel.
I'm like 6 feet in heels.
I'm gonna have to set this thing up to a proper monitor to play with to see what these. I'm having a hard time through the headphones even hearing what this is sounding like. I can't tell if I'm blasting or being uber quiet.
Perfect.
I have here this what would you call it? Mix level, this level checker, but my levels aren't even showing up. So I can't tell if I'm making even sounds. There's nothing on there.
We actually do photoshopping. Well, most women do. You know, because I'm not wearing any makeup now because I just can't be bothered. But for example, if people meet you and will meet me, not you, with makeup on, if the next time they meet me, I'm not wearing makeup, they usually say, "Oh, wow, you look really tired." And I was like, "Thanks. This is just my face. I'm actually not tired. I had a good night's sleep. I'm just not wearing any makeup." So
They did a study where women wore makeup and were considered
Intrusive, deep, potential.
I didn't understand the last bit. They did a study where women wear makeup.
Okay,
and they
so
were
a sick
considered
girl with various degrees of makeup on.
a sick girl.
Same girl. One girl.
Same. Yeah.
Various levels of makeup on, and who would be more fun to, or who would be more likely to stay up late partying? I think was the college era type question that was being asked. And it was always the one with the most makeup on. And the one with the least makeup on seemed the most studious and the most tired. So it was like this. So, do you think what you were saying about the airbrushing and everything, Ed? So much of Hollywood just comes down to having a person who just did your hair, a person who just did your makeup, and a lighting guy who knows how to keep you from looking, or how to make you look flawless, and a cameraman who can keep you in the proper amount of focus. Like, very little of it actually needs to be digitally dealt with in editing. So much of that just really is hair, makeup, and lights. I mean, these people are on the spot and, like, they'll call cut. Like, wait a second, no, I got to fix this. The hair is just a little out of whack. Let's fix the hair. Get the thing. It was one of the most amazing things. I spent a good amount of time on movie sets in my earlier careers, life experiences. And, yeah, so much of Hollywood is just lighting and a couple people making sure you look good. It never required all this digital technology or this editing technology or all of this. It's really just, yeah. If somebody just did your hair just the way that that looks right for a scene, you're there. That's it. A little hairspray, a comb.
I've read about the problems where you have two actresses, two actors, whatever, and they both have the same good side, so they both want to be facing the right side, and they can't, they got to talk to each other.
Yeah. I've never encountered that, but that'd be hilarious. That's hilarious.
See, what sucks for me is that this is my good side of my face, but this is my good side of my hair. So I never get to have both.
I remember somewhere where our faces are almost like two different faces.
Mm-hmm.
And if you put them together, it looks completely different.
Yeah, but so we have a dominant side, typically, a dominant eye, dominant side of our face. And the other side, being less dominant, is just typically more relaxed. So I think what you're talking about, or what I've seen before at least, is when they've made people completely symmetrical. So it's your right side inverted to be your right side on the other side as well. So your whole face is your right side, or your whole face is your left side. And one side, if it's just that side duplicated as mirror image on the other, will look much more aggressive than the other. And one side will look much more relaxed within each person. Kind of makes sense. My problem is my dominant eye is the one that I'm starting to lose a little bit of vision on. That's annoying. It's the eye that's always been the dominant, the 2010 vision, the crystal clear vision. I could see it. What somebody who had 20/20 vision, what they could see, the smallest thing they could see 10 feet away, I could see it 20 feet away. Fantastic vision. But I'm starting to, age is catching. I'm starting to lose vision in one of the eyes. And it turns out it's my dominant eye. It's the eye I think I'm used to doing all of my real, deep field vision with.
Well, with the eyeglasses or the lenses, it's almost immaterial. But where I notice it much more is in hearing. How this ear, I can't hear hardly anything, whereas this is the ear where I can actually listen to. So if I'm sitting at a table, I have to try to make sure I'm sitting on this side of the table so I can hear people.
I have pretty good vision. I have completely different tonal range in both ears. Like if I close one ear, all I have now is low end, and if I go this way, I've got treble full blare, and it's really interesting. Like this is all I can hear is the low end of the conversations going on. Now all I can hear is the high end. With both ears open, I get the full gamut. I get the full spectrum. But both ear has like a different EQ that is set just off of each other. I think I hear just as well in both. But the EQ is completely different. Like there's one side that I can get all the high end and one side that gets all the low end. And they don't, I don't know how much, I don't think they have a whole heck of a lot of overlap, really.
I think of my sister who was left-handed, and when she was, we're talking 1950s or so, they forced her to write with the right hand, and she had this way of writing where she had to kind of curl the hand or edge. Just
yeah, there's something really weird about
it. They don't do it anymore.
Left-hand, right-hand thing. I guess what is it? If you're, I don't know which is which. One of them. Wow, I should know this because I've written before. But one of them, I've written by hand before so long ago I don't remember. But on one of them, the paper is straight up and down, and the other style of writing, the paper is turned. You know, if I don't know what it is. If you're left-handed, I guess if you're right-handed, it's probably the notebook is straight up and down. But if you're left-handed, you turn the notebook when you write.
I think yeah, it's the left hand because I'm a right hand. I never wrote anything left-handed, but right-handed, yes, it's at an angle when I'm writing.
Yeah, and that's a really weird thing, right? Like, why is it that you favor that hand for writing that forces you to tilt the paper in an odd way, whereas when you're writing the other, you would think just symmetrically, you would just tilt it the other direction. No, it stays straight up and down. You don't tilt it.
Patrick has popped in, maybe.
All right, maybe Patrick has the answer to the left-hand, right-hand, paper-tilted dilemma. I'll be right back.
What's the question?
We're talking about right-handed and left-handed dominance. I was mentioning how in the 1950s, my sister, who was left-handed, was forced to write right-handed, and she had this method of writing with the left hand where she had to curl it around. And Just was saying that right-handed, perhaps, and it's with me, when I write, the paper is tilted towards the right, as opposed to just straight up and down.
I don't know. I'm still pretty groggy. I just kind of woke up.
Well, you missed the exciting part of our Minstrel Cup show and our wank band we talked about for a while, so you missed the good parts of the show, Patrick.
Well, hopefully there's more interesting stuff to come.
Well, we're at the 3-hour mark of the show, perhaps, and I think we spent maybe 15 minutes talking about actual science. So.
No, that was science. That's what we talked about, the wank band and the menstrual. That was all science. It's all science.
Patrick, where do you stand on quantum computers?
It's fine if it works, but
Optimistic, pessimistic? D-Wave finally getting around to running a speed test against Watson again or something?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Pamela, you got to wake Patrick. You have Chelsey waking Patrick up by playing a little maracas for him. A little accordion.
Does she have a music set now?
She has some instruments, yeah. But I was going to ask, you might know, so with Google Live Hangouts, like what we're doing right now, You can join them on a tablet, but you can't host them. But I'm wondering if a tablet has the full version of Windows, not just a mobile version, would you be able to host a Hangout on the tablet because it would be fooled into thinking it's a desktop?
Probably if it's an Intel one. It might not work if it's an ARM one, but I'm not entirely sure.
What was the first thing you said?
If it's like an Intel chip-based tablet, it might work, or it should work just fine. But I'm not entirely sure if an ARM chip-based tablet would work. There's code differences, and that might cause issues. I'm not entirely sure.
I'll put the link in, and you can see what I'm talking about.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
We're waiting for Justin to come back, and I'm sure we'll wander off in some interesting subject. What about Hyperloop? Elon Musk's Hyperloop, Patrick. What do you think about that? Is that
I'm all
likely to
for it.
ever happen?
No, it'll happen.
You think there'll be a Hyperloop route between Los Angeles and San Francisco in the next 10 years?
They're building that test track in LA. So it depends how the test track works out.
What is the difference in terms of the source of power between the monorail system and this Hyperloop system? Do you know?
The Hyperloop is solar powered.
Oh, solar powered.
Mm-hmm. On top of the track, there's solar panels.
Hard to believe they can scale that up anytime soon, but
Yep.
you're in the dark.
This is my
As
own
I have done
illumination.
much of this hangout.
I wasn't even supposed to be home right now, but there's an airplane blocking a runway at the place the person I was going to meet was stuck.
An airplane is stuck.
There's an airplane stuck at the end of the runway in Kathmandu, and I was going to meet someone who was flying out of there to the U.S. for school, but they're stuck there, so I never went anywhere. Otherwise, I'd be in Rhode Island right now. Probably still awake, because he'd be, like, stuck on Kathmandu time, which is exactly 12 hours behind us. Or ahead of us. He lives in the future. I live in the past.
I live way further.
We have.
So what's he doing in Kathmandu?
He lives there. He was coming here for school.
Ah, so does he like like having visitors?
Say it again?
Does he like hosting visitors?
Oh, he doesn't have a place to live in the U.S., but he's a tourism major.
No, in Kathmandu. Does he like having visitors, namely middle-aged women and their babies?
Well, he's not going to live there anymore for the next 2 years.
So what's he doing with his place? Does he need a house sitter?
I don't think you'll have it anymore.
Patrick, you're looking very incognito tonight.
Yeah. I just woke up from my nap. I haven't actually moved yet. I could probably go grab some headphones and turn the light on. I'm doing this off my iPhone right now.
Oh wow. Okay, cool. I haven't figured out how to do that yet.
Just download the Google app.
That easy?
Yeah, pretty much.
Cool. I was talking about a moral dilemma earlier, Patrick. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is too much cuteness.
Hey, it's a bit. What was the moral dilemma?
So, I ordered a mixer for the show, so I could figure out a way to get other audio in, and it showed up today. I paid for the the expedited shipping, and it showed up in the normal time frame. Didn't even make it into the expedited range.
Yeah.
So it missed the date when I needed it, but where I could have first used it, and it's here now. But the moral dilemma is they sent me 2 of them.
I'll take one.
Right? I know, right? Like Blair needs one maybe. Like they sent me 2 of these mixers, and it's pretty sweet, right?
Yeah.
They sent me 2 of them, and I looked over the invoices. They're identical shipping numbers, identical everything numbers. And I'm like, first I texted Kiki, and just to make sure that Kiki didn't also order me, like there wasn't confusion. Like I was ordering it live in the after show, and I wanted to make sure there wasn't confusion. Like she ordered it right then too. She's like, no, this was all you. I'm like, okay. So I went back and I looked in my bank account, and sure enough, I was charged 1 time. And yet, here are 2 identical boxes, each one of 1, each with the identical invoice for the shipping and everything. And now I'm like, so what do I do, Patrick?
Well, my guess is if the exact same invoice, if you sent one of them back, then you would get refunded your money.
This is this is where I went with it. I went with it, if I say nothing, right, because it's a moral dilemma, but if I do or say nothing, I'm not going to lie, I'm not going to go sell it on eBay, but I simply put the return label on one of them and send it back and just see what happens, right? I've committed no moral fallacy whatsoever, and just returning the extra one back to them. If they happen to credit me for it, well, that's on them again, right?
Who'd you order it from?
I ordered it from Musician's Friend, who I really adore, because they have taken care of it. They sent me the desk that this is all on right now, and there was a little bit of damage, and they sent me out another one. And I tried to send them back their thing, and they sent me a shipping label for 1, and it was a 1 of 2. So UPS, for whatever reason, sent half of it back to them and re-delivered the other half back to me. Totally annoying. And then I called them, I'm like, they sent me half of it back. They're like, well, okay, well, just keep it or throw it away or do whatever, right? So they've been really cool with me. I get good deals there, so I got to send it back to them. But I don't necessarily have to contact them, because there's this other thing I really want, which is more money than I can spend right now. And if it was discounted by about the amount of this mixer, I would buy that. So I'm actually would be giving them more business, sort of. It's so tough.
If you believe in karma, then perhaps you should contact them and tell them of the error. But if you believe the world is completely random, then I don't know, keep it.
Well, I got to do the honest thing. So one of the things is, I do have to do the honest thing and send it back to them. I have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just trying to check my morality to see whether or not I actually have to tell them what happened.
I think you could.
Because that requires an extra step on my part, which I'm trying to find this moral middle ground. I'm always shooting from the moral middle ground. I don't necessarily want to have the moral high ground. I definitely don't want the moral low ground. Definitely, that's not where I exist.
Justin, if
Yes.
if this happened to your son, who's what? How old is he now? 10 or something?
Huh?
How old? Yeah, yeah. If that happened to him, what would you tell him to do?
I'm in the same position. I would tell him to give me one. No, I would tell him. I would tell him to send it back. I would.
I think we should consult the wheel of morality.
Well,
Wheel of morality, turn, turn, turn. Tell us what lessons we should learn. If you don't get that reference, I'm sorry.
I do now. I don't say or write anything that I wouldn't want my daughter to hear me say or read, and I try and behave in a way that I would tell her. So if you tell your son, "Give me one," well, that's how you do. That's what you do. But if you would tell him, "Give it back and let them know what happened," and blah blah blah, then that's probably what you should do.
Who knows? Maybe if you're really nice about it, they'll let you keep both of them.
Yeah, Pamela, how close are you
I
to
had
watch Chelsea because she's a girl?
Huh?
How close are you
What
going
do
to
you
watch
mean?
Chelsea because she's a girl?
Yeah, I heard you, but I don't know what you mean. Why? Because she's a girl.
Well, I mean, for instance, at some point she's going to meet all those terrible, nasty, stinky guys, and you're going to have to worry about
Why
that first date
terrible,
with a guy. You don't care. You don't care what a guy does.
Dads are typically more protective of their girls than they are their boys because they
Okay,
think they can't
whoa,
take
whoa,
care
whoa,
of
whoa,
themselves
whoa,
as
whoa.
much.
Okay, so okay, here's a father of one boy and two girls, and I've already had this conversation in my head enough times. You know what the answer is? The answer is if I read this person as somebody who things will end badly with, I'm going to tell him just that. Just that, right? And I don't think it's going to be different from the boy to the girl. I really don't. I think when you see that somebody has traits or characteristics or mannerisms which you have experience with on some other level with some other person in the past, you read it and you just let them know this is going to end badly. This is not the right road to go down. And I'd say I'd be equally as willing to say that to the boy as to the girls. Like,
Yeah, I don't think that men are horrible, nasty, and stinky. I don't know why I would tell my daughter that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
See, I know
Hopefully
a guy who's
hopefully
I know
the
a guy
school
who has a
that
very similar
for
mentality to
my
Justin,
kids
but he
What I was
was
going to say before we go off on another tangent, I was just going to say, because I just remembered about 8 years ago, I ordered a book from the UK, and after about 6 weeks, I gave up, and then they sent me another one, and then so 6 weeks later again, so you're talking about 3 months now, they both arrived at the same time, and I let them know that I had the second one, and they said, but we're talking about a book and not a mixer, and they said, well, it's not worth the postage, just keep it, so I gave it to a friend. But I let them know, and that was their decision. So there you go.
Oh, well, okay,
But
then there's the karma. There's the karma, because I got sent a pair of shoes that I spent almost exactly as much as I spent on this mixer. Pair of shoes never arrived. UPS said they gave it to the post office. Post office said they delivered it. I never got it. I never demanded a replacement pair of shoes because I'm like, well, it's not the shoe company's fault. They sent it, right? The fact that I didn't receive it, the post office says they delivered it, but it wasn't there. I don't know if it was stolen. I don't know if it was delivered to the wrong address. I have no way of knowing what the heck happened to these shoes. But
yeah, but if you'd ordered from Zappos, they would have sent you a new one.
I know it wasn't Zappos. I bought it direct from the manufacturer. It was Echo.
Oh yeah.
So you think the mixer?
I didn't raise a stink. I just was like, okay, not their fault. I'll just go to a store next time I need shoes.
Yeah, see, not everyone's as understanding as you, Justin.
I know, and I'm a little, I'm like a money sieve. I'll spend it, and if I screw it up or if it doesn't work out, I'm like, fuck it.
I'm a very logical person, and I understand that not everything is like a big conglomerate's fault.
Yeah.
Because there's all this stuff throughout the chain, this supply chain. Like, oh, it's not that they make crappy products; it's that this person that was building this machine on this day was having a bad day and they screwed up.
Yeah.
They still have the parts where they put the little thing in.
As the reward for letting the shoe thing go by.
Yeah. A karma individual might.
That's the
see it that
problem.
way.
When you're spring loaded in the direction of trying to just always do the right thing, it's just you're always screwed. Basically. You get screwed by the one you're like, just let it go, not worth fucking dealing with and causing a stink. And then when it's in your favor, you're like, I gotta fix it so that now you didn't get anything that I shouldn't have gotten. Right? You're always in that same spring load of fix it to the.
Exactly.
Well, I guess the good guys finish last, but you still get to call yourself a good guy at the end of the day. And to me, I think that's worth it. I think I'd rather be able to do that at the end of the day than to either get ahead or get even or get it right or whatever.
So you're saving your honor. Alright, I'm going to try and move to my other camera. I'll be right back.
One time I was in a store, and I stayed it, and there was no one in it. I don't know where they were, and I wanted a record. I had the record in my hand, and I waited over half an hour for somebody to show up. And no one did, so I put the record back. I could easily have walked out of the store, but if I did it, I'd be worried about somebody, police, I don't know, riot squad, knocking up my door saying, well, you got the record.
Ed, almost a slightly different scenario, but I walked away with the product. And here's what it was. I went to a restaurant. I was out with the kids. We'd gone on a field trip to the Bay Area. And we'd spent the day there, and we stopped at a restaurant in the North Bay, and we're about to head back. We still had an hour and a half drive ahead of us. Stopped at a restaurant, ordered the food, ate the food, and then we're waiting for the check. Check doesn't come. Everybody's done eating. I got to get these kids home. I got to get home at some point. It's like a long time. So I'm flagging down the waiter, and I'm like, we need the check. And he's like, let me go find your waiter. He disappears, never comes back. Finally, I go up to the front of the place. I'm like, look, here's the deal. I've been here for like 20 minutes waiting for a check. I sent the guy. He said he wasn't the waiter, so he said look for the waiter. They're looking for the waiter. They can't find my waiter. I just want to pay for it. He's like, oh, okay. Who is your waiter? I'm like, well, this is the problem. Apparently the guy's off now. He's like, no. And he's like looking around for the guy. And I'm like, okay, here's my card. Here's what I ordered. I can tell you what I ordered. Just charge me for it. Run the card through the thing so I can leave. He's like, no. I'm going to go find it. He's talking to a guy. And I'm like, that's not the guy. He's going to talk to and everybody only speaks a little English. And at some point I'm like, you can charge me for what I ate now or I'm going to leave. And he goes, no. Just wait. And he goes and disappears. And I'm like, okay, goodbye. I've tried really hard. Like, there's people in line waiting to get into this restaurant. This place is popular, whatever. I'm like, I tried to pay you. You refused my money. We are leaving now. No response. I'm like, okay, forget it. Come on, kids. We're going. And they're like, we're not paying? I'm like, no. We really tried hard. And they refuse to figure out. They won't even take my word for what I ate. And the waiter, whoever he was, I don't know if they fired him halfway through the shift. I don't know if he was off and didn't tell anybody else. I don't know what the hell happened. But nobody is charging us money, and now we're being held hostage. We've been here 40 minutes past our meal, trying to pay for this meal. Nobody can figure it out. We're done. So a little bit different scenario because it was as though they'd already mailed you the record, Ed, and then nobody showed up to the till to charge you for it. It was just like nobody would run my card.
You know what it is?
Saying that is it just me or is anyone else getting really bad feedback?
That's me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Well, you know what it is, Justin? Now that you're on the internet and admitting this, probably somewhere there's this waiter and he got fired and he got docked his pay and his whole life was went to the garbage because of this. And now tomorrow morning he's going to be knocking on your door. Retribution.
That's fine. I'll give him a piece of my mind because after we got our initial order, never saw the guy again. Cost me 40 minutes of my life. Right? He was basically, I did him a favor. It's like Lee Iacocca, If you have to fire somebody, it's because they don't have a future in their position. Doing them a favor. If you do it later versus now, you've got them that more entrenched in a career that's not going to be for them. Of course, this is a man who fired more people in auto manufacturing than ever probably worked in it. But
what happens when you have drones? When drones become waiters and waitresses, then when you leave, you're gonna have laser. You're gonna get a laser. So
Lockheed just announced they have a laser that can stop a truck in its tracks from a mile away.
That is, first of all, bullshit. Second of all, totally awesome.
Well, mind you, the truck at the testing thing was stationary and tilted on its like a 45-degree angle so they could hit the engine from like parallel.
Yeah.
The ground, but it stops the engine. I mean, the truck might have been able to roll forward.
Wait a second. What is it? Some like focused EMP?
No, it's a.
Did it superheat the engine to bust the block?
It's multiple ways. Sorry, it's multiple laser lights focused to the same spot. So instead of like a 50 nanometer laser or whatever, it's like a full spectrum of different lasers all focused at the same spot to give you even. You know how the Death Star worked, where it's all those beams coming to form one? It's like that. I'll try and find the link.
But what is it doing to the engine? Is it heating up the block?
Yeah.
Like really quickly and then like throwing a piston? Is it knocking out the electronics so the ignition is no longer working?
It's heating it up to the point where it melts.
Whoa.
Let's see here. Where's my... There it is.
I can see how we could find a use for this at the dealership. We are right along the freeway,
Oh, yeah.
We could just be like, all right, there's a Honda, pew! There's a Honda, pew! There's a wait, that one's under warranty? Okay, never mind. There's a Honda, pew! And then the engine would melt down right next to the dealership, and then we'd bring them in, sell them a new car. Brilliant.
It's called the Athena system. Based on Lockheed's earlier Atom system.
Okay, Justin, do you think they'll ever be able to replace used car salesmen with robots? Imagine a robotic used car salesman.
Used cars, no. New cars, yes. New car, you can rattle off features and benefits, and here's what this is, here's what that is. selling a used car requires just a tad bit of the showman still. A little bit of the snake oil salesman of the olden days. Painting a picture, a vision, more so than a new car. Actually, even in the new cars. One of the things about selling at sales, especially if things, car big tickety enough, is that it's so complicated and there's so many pieces to the puzzle and there's so many factors above and beyond just the features and the benefits of the features that those things, that's why I have a job doing this. That's why it hasn't gone retail. That's why it's still a commission-based business, is it's just too complicated at this point for robots to have full mastery of. Someday everything can be automated. Someday robots will be able to do everything and anything.
Robots
But I
don't
think
know to
sales-
put sawdust in the gearbox to make it sound all smooth.
Sales is a long ways off because, look, we already have like internet pricing and internet. You can read, you can go through and see videos on stuff and this, that, and the other. But people I don't think trust that any more than they. Well, I don't think they trust that more than they trust a salesperson. And I don't think they trust raw information. Well, they may trust it, but this is the thing too. I did the internet sales where people looked up online and they saw the features and benefits of the car, and then they would come in. And I'd say roughly 30% of the people who came in on a particular car that they'd researched thoroughly online bought something else when they finally came in. And partly it was because
They always regret it.
Well, no. Partly it's because they have an idea of what this is that they've been researching, and it turns out it's smaller than they thought, or bigger than they thought, or just aesthetically, once you're sitting in there, it didn't actually interact the way you thought it would, or the steering's stiffer, or more responsive, or less responsive, and they try something else and they fall in love with it. This is just like the car they had before that they really liked, So car is one of those things that isn't. It's not software. It's not here it is input output. It's something you have to physically interact with. It's like you have to be. This is a body extension. This is another limb. You are connected to this vehicle as you're driving it, as though it were your legs, as though it were your arms. It's in some cases when you're talking about the way the GPS works or backup camera works or side camera works. These are additional senses that you have while driving. This is an additional vision. This is an additional audio sensation that's coming in. So all these things override whatever you've read online, the actual interaction with it. So.
All right, now I have to hear your whole sales pitch because I find it would be really interesting.
Oh no, it is absolutely a performance.
I used to be in sales, so I know how it works. But
so Hondas have this side camera, which is really fun to demonstrate. So what I do is I'll have somebody set up their seat where they like it, get the steering wheel set where they like it, set up the side mirrors where they can, where they would put them. And then I go, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go out, and you got the side mirror over here. I'm going to go stand on the edge of the side mirror. I'm going to go stand back behind the car, right on the edge. As soon as I'm standing right on the edge of your visibility on your side mirror, I want you to put on the right turn signal. So I'll go back there. I'm like, am I there? There's a wall here, right? There's a wall right here. This is as far over as I can go. Put on the turn signal. And when they do put on the turn signal, it brings up the 7-inch LCD screen there that shows tremendous more. It's like 40% more visibility on that side of the car. And so there I am. I was right over on the edge of the visibility, but now I'm way back here. There's all this room. And then I'll walk. I'll go and I'll take a walk, and as I'm walking, they're seeing how much they didn't see before as I walk off screen. And so a visceral, in-person demonstration like that is what you get when you meet a salesperson versus this car has a lane watch. Like, what? Has lane watch. Fuck is the lane watch? Lane watch watches the lane. No, it doesn't. It makes it so that the mime and the edge of your visibility can walk another 20 feet that way, and you still see him.
All right, so Justin, watching this whole thing unfold, and knowing your situation with your double mixers, should you get refunded by sending one of them back and you get to keep the other one? You should spend that money on a manually focused webcam.
Right? Yeah, right. I know. No, I spent another $1,000 on a stupid thing that just never panned out. That was supposed to give me not only allow me to use camcorders, but it was going to give me a 2-shot. Freaking switcher death. Which would if I was in the UK would work, but because we have different megahertzes for cameras and computers and everything else here, we're all screwed. Everything over there is like 50, and so it's all.
If you want a 2-shot, that shouldn't be an issue on Google Plus or Google Hangouts. You should just have 2 cameras plugged in, and then go up to the camera settings and switch
the cameras.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be possible.
I can switch my microphone. Yeah. I don't have another webcam plugged in, so I can't actually switch it. But like I have like 6 microphones plugged in right now.
Yeah. So I got 3 plugged in all over the place, and then well, that was the other thing too. Like it would be nice to be able to do. Not there it goes again. Get rid of the autofocus. I want a webcam at least that doesn't do autofocus. I can set the focus and frickin' leave it alone.
Like I have this cheapo Roxol one that I got from Fry's. That seems to be doing all right.
Yeah, you're not switched. It's a life cam with its stupid. We're gonna keep you in focus no matter where you go and keep on auto-focusing you everywhere you. That's totally annoying.
Hey, it's Pamela the pirate. With a tiara on, apparently. Alrighty. Anyways. So what else is on the agenda tonight? Did I just lose audio? Crap.
We talked about
there it is.
a evidence of a Martian ocean. I don't know if you read about that. Probably the most interesting to me was the hummingbird pollinator story. So you got a plant, and a plant won't germinate unless the right type of hummingbird dips its beak into its nectar. And it actually makes a decision. Pollinate, don't pollinate. And it's all based on how far the bird's beak dips into the nectar. Longer beaks means it'll pollinate, shorter beaks means it won't.
So what you're saying is size matters.
That's all we had. We talked about wank fans, and we talked about Pamela's menstruation cup and stuff. Well, you know, interesting things like that. We had a couple of women, young women, college graduates, who are biking across America to promote science. They're going to stop off in some cities, some places, teach the kids about the climate change. They even have a Kickstarter, Cycle for Science. That's the interesting thing. They'd never get any money to do this, but they needed to raise $6,000.
Excellent. So, I think we need to start a deadline for Science Island to happen so we can get this thing moving.
Hang on. Mute me, I can't.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yes. I can still hear you.
So yeah, I say Science Island needs to start in like 2 years. I can't understand a word you're saying, dude. Where is that setting at on your microphone thingy? What is that?
This is my new edition.
Oh, that's this new, Which one did you get?
This is
Oh, it's a Roland.
Voice Transformer VT3. Excellent. No FX. Hey.
If I had unlimited funds, I'd have some audio gear, but I don't have unlimited
This
funds.
isn't bad. Nice. Doesn't let me send you the 2-for-1 deal.
It's basically gonna make the robot. They're gonna make the Roland free, I guess, if I just stick with this.
So Justin is demonstrating that a robot really can sell a used car because he has the voice.
Okay, I'm done again. Every once in a while, I have to go back to playing with the toy.
I got into a discussion somewhere on the internets about you got a zombie, and here's the moral question. You're in the zombie apocalypse, and the daughter or the son that you've raised all your life gets bit and becomes a zombie. Could you zap them?
Absolutely.
Why not cage him and keep him as a pet?
Yeah, okay, there you go. Cut off their hands so they can't do anything, and then, you know, just like to do with The Walking Dead, and keep them as a pet.
I don't know about the hand part. Just put him in a big cage. Like one of those cages you use for, like, shark diving. Something like that.
Well, wasn't that one of this is not a show I watched, but wasn't that one of the episodes where there was a guy who had kept his like niece or his granddaughter or something in a barn because for a bunch of the townspeople, I guess, for hopes of finding a cure one day for it, for hopes of it being reversible?
There was a Will Smith movie that was kind of like that.
Oh
He
yeah,
was
the
trying
one
to
that
find the cure.
oh, God told me to do this, and that's what that's how it ended.
I don't think that's what it was. I'm pretty sure he died.
He may, yeah, maybe.
He died, but they found the cure.
Yeah, but
And
it was
got it to this tiny
sent
little
to
town
him
that.
through a message from God. That's all I remember from that movie because I got really irritated that they copped out and was like, "Oh, this is like the movie Signs. Oh, they're gonna just make it a God thing and end it."
What about
See,
Lost?
I don't remember that. I remember his dog dying, or getting the thing, and then he found he found the answer. I don't remember it being a God thing.
I remember it being a God thing because like it was foretold by some Hispanic child that God had willed for him to do this, that, or the other, and this is how it was going to end. This is how I remember. I don't remember what the name of the movie was, but being such a atheist, I remember being atheistically irritated with the ending. Like,
Yeah.
you went
discussion
with
on meaningless
we'll go through all of this storyline, and then at the end it's gonna be like, God sends a message to you to keep life alive by doing this thing, and
I Am Legend.
Prayer of some sort. It all became so.
I Am Legend is the movie I'm thinking of.
We talked about this a few years ago, and I pieced together the God bits. And when you want to piece them together, there's a fair bit of God stuff. And yeah, it was really horrible. I like that movie until we talked about it.
We talked about this movie, Pamela, and you also didn't see that there was, at the time we were talking about it, you didn't see that there was a clear religious slant to the movie.
So then I went back and edited a version with just the religious bits in it. Yeah. There's a lot. And I got in trouble from YouTube for doing that. That's okay.
Oh, the worst, that television show Lost, where you're watching the show, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years, and you think it's, and then in the end, the whole cop out is it was heaven. Come on, jeez.
Well, there was always.
It wasn't heaven; it was limbo.
And you were in waiting. But I love that. I love that show from a writing perspective, because the main character of Lost, and I didn't watch the whole way through. I gave up after like partway through the second season. The main character of that was mystery. And so everything was a reveal. Everything as it went backwards in time and told you more about the characters at their leisure was a new reveal. The main character was mystery. And the thing that I could tell from the first season was that that's all they'd ever thought through. When they got past the pilot, when they got picked up, they were like, fuck, we actually have to write this thing for a whole nother season. We got to keep makety-upping stuff. And I appreciated that. And then I heard an interview with the writer once, one of the head writers, or maybe the creator of the show, who basically said that. And I was like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Because the main character, which is the main character of all mystery, was mystery. Tantalizing clues, but unanswered, unanswerable, a little more hint, a little more this, a little more that, but no actual solution to it. I liked, although I do have to admit, I loved their sciencey vaults that they found so much. It was so Fallout-ish. It was so 1970s encapsulated in an underground bunker. Absolutely fell for that part of it. But yeah, the main character that was, to begin with, just the mystery and the intrigue. Then they got picked up. The pilot actually got picked up, and they had to keep making the show, so they had to keep mystery alive in more and more elusive ways. As the more they revealed, the more other things they had to add into it to create further reveals. I didn't watch the end to the end, thankfully. Yeah, but yeah, another heaven thing would have been. That's what I thought they were going to. Everybody's dead, and this was a limbo sort of trial. Is what occurred to me it could end up as. Actually, I didn't know until right now that they'd actually ended up that this was an afterlife.
Well, think about the brilliance of Doctor Who. That's been on for 40 years or something and gone through. I mean, you start with, let's say, 8 basic episodes, and then every time the Doctor gets reincarnated, you pull out that first episode, you kind of tweak it a little bit, you throw in some special effects, you're good to go. And through every reincarnation, you've now got yourself like, a basic bunch of shows, and you're just going off the same original story. You just lost Justin to a bathroom break or a smoke break. How you hanging in, Pamela? Oops, Pamela's running after Chelsey.
I've got cords wrapped.
You mentioned on Facebook
Yeah, she's
there's
on the
a lot of big spiders. Is Chelsey afraid of spiders?
No, I'm not afraid of them either. There's just a lot of big ones, that's all. No, they're outside, but there's webs everywhere. What's he holding up?
A TARDIS. A TARDIS background.
Mm.
Do you know you can get a TARDIS USB hub? A user had one today at work.
I had a Science Island discussion with Ulysses, I think it was, on Facebook. And if you've got that zombie apocalypse, where do you go? You go up into the mountains to get away from them? And my idea was you go on a floating science island because zombies can't swim.
Okay, so years and years ago, TWIS got invited to BayCon. Bay Area, everything science fiction-y con thing. And we got invited to be on panels. Actually, they were trying to sign us up for like every panel. It was really weird. Like they kept trying to get us. I don't know if they didn't have enough panelists or what the deal was. But I ended up on a panel talking about the zombie apocalypse. And the guy next to me with the really bad breath was like, "Okay, how many of you today brought a weapon with you?" This is how he started. And, like, nobody raised their hand except for a couple Jedis. He's like, "Well, most of you are wrong because all of you are sitting on a weapon. Right now, that chair you're sitting on can be turned into a weapon if you needed to." And so he was talking about ways to militarize for the zombie apocalypse.
I thought maybe he was
And
talking about farting.
I went straight to Science Island. I was like, look, here's what happens in a zombie apocalypse, right? People start fleeing cities. They start running from the undead, right? So, not a whole lot. The roadways are jammed. The produce isn't going to get delivered to the city. The people manning the water management system all bail, right? They're taking what live family. Everybody's heading for the hills. Everybody's running to the mountains, running away from where most of the dead are, which is going to be somewhere in the city. City shuts down. There's no food coming in and out. Electricity grid shuts down. Lights are out, right? We're going primitive. We're running from zombies. So the best way to prepare for it isn't to be with this guy, stockpiling weapons and munitions and joining a doomsday cult. Best way to survive the zombie apocalypse is with a self-sustainable farming community where you're producing your own food, where you're collecting your own water, where you need absolutely nothing from the outside world to continue existing on this planet. When the zombies do come, they're going to move so slow. You can build a trench. You can build an 8-foot wall. You ever see a zombie jump? Zombies don't jump. Zombies don't climb walls. Maybe it might be, okay, make it a 10-foot wall. Still, there you go. That's all you needed. Zombies won't get in.
It depends what zombie universe you're in. Some of them run fast.
Right. Yeah, Z-World, you're screwed with even with the wall, right?
Yeah.
But the point is,
they're like ants. They make themselves into a ladder.
Yeah, right. And then the horde fuel and weapons guy, who even the chair he could kill somebody with, was like, well, if my heavily armed encampment is living next to your heavily resourced encampment, guess who's gonna win? I'm like, yeah, but then the fear isn't zombies. The fear then we should be worried about now, and in preparation for the zombie apocalypse, is militias. We should actually all be focused on getting you out of the way before the zombie apocalypse happens, because you've just announced you're the bigger threat. The guy didn't like me very much, but it was like some sort. He claimed to be some sort of former Navy SEAL trainer or something stupid. I didn't believe him for a second. His breath stunk too bad to have SEALs. They would have killed him. They would have taken him down a long time ago. But the idea was, yeah, actually, regardless of what the scenarios, the post-apocalyptic whatever it is, if you can be self-sustainable, if you don't require the grid, you have a better chance of surviving, whatever the scenario is.
Yeah. Whether it's zombies or an asteroid, be off the grid.
Zombies, asteroids, aliens, the Republican overthrow of America, the Democratic overthrow of America, the Libertarian overthrow of the neighborhood, whatever it happens to be. Self-sustainability is the best way to be.
Yeah.
Off the grid.
Yeah, I've decided I'm a prepper now. I'm a prepper.
talking about sustainability, there you go.
The key tenet to off-grid sustainability or whatever is to have a closed water loop cycle for you. If you can do that, I think you're set for the rest of your life.
Yeah, right. And so it's and that one is even a combination. That one's is it just having so much of that resource that you can't overcome its consumption, or is it that you've managed your amount so well that it still gets you by? So like the Earth ships that are collecting water are doing it down in like Tucson, Arizona, where it's basically desert. They get very little rain.
Yeah.
But they have water collection, and they have water storage, and they have a gray water cycle. The water comes in, and then it's a gray water cycle that they use the water again. There's a black water that goes straight out, but that goes into the outdoor gardens. So there's ways of managing water, and then there's ways of being like, you could be in Northern California Sierras where actually it still rains, or Oregon, where you actually have to add nitrates to the soil so it can still grow stuff, because it gets so saturated and drained with water all the time that if you didn't add anything to the soil, nothing would grow because it's always raining. It's always draining nutrients out of the soil. So it depends on where you put it.
Justin, you're
Conversely,
exactly right.
if you can recycle your water so that all the water that you're consuming and then exporting can be purified so you can reuse it, then that's like the ultimate goal. Because then you're surviving off of maybe like 100 gallons of water at that point. And you're just continuously replenishing it. Be the same stock. Now the trick is to recapture the water that you breathe out, because that's your weak point right there.
In that dune where they had the thing in the mouth where they could recycle their own waste, was it, or their own water, the sweat or whatever? Didn't they have their little suits on?
A storyline like that. I think there's many stories like that. I've never really liked the whole Dune series, but that might be a thing.
All right. So this is Dune. Dune was prophetic. Dune was the most insanely prophetic film I have ever seen, and I had perhaps, now that I look back, hallucinogenic formula taking place at the same time I was witnessing this. But I had on an old clickety-clack TV where you had to change the channels by grasping a mechanical dial and going click.
I've used one of those before. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, ancient technology. But this was the same time the first Gulf War was taking place. I was watching live footage as Norman Schwarzkopf was explaining what was going on to Wolf Blitzer even back then. And then clicking back to Dune, and it looked like the same images. The images of the tracer fire over Baghdad and the end of Dune were indistinguishable. And then the whole parable of we're here for the spice, but spice is oil, and that's why the war was going. There was such huge parallels that the first Gulf War and the movie Dune seemed like the same event to me.
We have the technology right now to survive any kind of apocalypse, unless the whole Earth explodes or something. But it's people. You're exactly right. The real danger is Homo sapien. It's people.
Yeah.
No, the real danger is opinion.
Well, we'll get to the opinion thing. I think Ed's right though. I think the pioneering spirit of mankind, the fact that we left Africa and kept going and trotted across and went across the Bering Strait and kept going and went all the way down to the furthest reaches of South America to start civilizations was not so much because we were pioneers and wanting to go somewhere brave new frontier. It's we wanted to get away from people. Because regardless of what animals or beasts we encountered, it was actually the people behind us that were the biggest threat, right? It was always the other people on this planet that have been the biggest predator of mankind. And so that which we want to be the furthest away from, the safest from, get as far away as we possibly could. So I agree with you, Ed. I think mankind has been mankind's worst enemy in history. But opinions, how does this factor?
So, on your bit, so humanity is like wolves. We're territorial. And so we all need our own territory to be able to live out our existence. Now, opinions, that just causes all sorts of trouble. And that also causes people to move out of perhaps where they grew up or move somewhere where people believe the same things they do or what have you.
So I've met a lot of gay pioneers, I will say. I guess that's what it would call it.
When you say gay pioneers, do you mean gay pioneers or extremely happy pioneers?
No. Like Nebraska homosexual. Like Oklahoma fancy boy, right? Like whatever. I don't know what the terminologies are nationwide, but a lot of people move to California because California is been through the sexual revolution and for the most part doesn't care that you're gay. Like being gay in your community wouldn't be the stigma that it would be back in small town Kansas, wherever the frick else, right? So I've met a lot of people who actually moved to California to escape a completely different society, completely different culture where they didn't feel welcome. So there is that sort of migration that takes place around the country. I knew people who went to Phoenix, who retired to Phoenix, who retired to Arizona, because they had this vision that it was all older white people. Like, okay, all right, bye. See you. But people can migrate to be not just to get away from people, but also to try to be around more people who are like-minded than them.
Have you read The 9 Nations of North America?
No, but that sounds very intriguing.
It was written a while ago, and so there's kind of some racial slurs and stuff in it. But it divides North America into 9 different nations. And there's like the Tex-Mex era, there's the industrial era, there's the breadbasket, there's I want to get the names right. There's it's basically like the hippie Northwest, et cetera, et cetera. And then he goes into detail about the author is a journalist, a traveling journalist who goes around the country getting stories and whatnot. And in the journalism field, I guess, or like that kind of field, everybody talks about the different sections of North America and how you based on the profile of that region, you can tell what story is going to show up next. And so you can like predict what's going to happen and stuff. And so like he started talking with all these other journalists and was like, yeah, so this is basically the breakdown of this continent. My friends kept telling me to read it, and I finally read it. It was written in like the 70s, so it's not entirely accurate anymore, but it's
not up to
still,
date.
Yeah.
It's not that it's not accurate. It's just not up to date with the defining lines.
Right.
You talk about living off the grid and living in survivalist conditions. Isn't that what the first humans did? Isn't that what they had? I don't want to go back to that. I want to have survivability, but I want to have some, I don't know, not creature comforts, but some art, something like that. I mean, it's easy to go back to survivability.
Yeah, well, I mean, look. Okay, I toured the castle. I think it's Fredericksburg, where the King of Denmark ruled for 30 years. It actually may have been a few kings. It may have been passed down through King Christian, but there was a bunch before that too. Bunch of kings had lived here, and Kronborg was another castle. That's the one famous in Hamlet. Kronborg Castle, I think, is the one profiled there. These are kings who owned nations, right? Drafty. Now, talk about cold buildings. Even in the winter, there's no central heat. There's no electric lights. These people lived cave existence, basically, but with nice tapestries. Like, yeah. And the worst poverty, well, let's not say the worst poverty. Let's just say the middle class-ish, lower middle class lifestyle in America is much better than any king ever experienced, except perhaps access to the harems, if there were any. You know, in terms of just raw living conditions, we are in much better luxurious shape in comparison and juxtapose to even 100 years ago, right? So to that extent, there's an element of roughing it that's only rough by today's standards, and not really rough by, you know, historical roughness standards.
You can be in the middle of nowhere and still communicate with the entire planet.
Isn't that ridiculously cool?
I mean, there's some places where you won't get a cell signal, but I posted a link in the chat room that's a free thing for the Nine Nations thing. He has it on his blog or something now. So.
And there's you know, there's so many like pretty damn cheap things you can get. Like, you can go to Home Depot now, I think, or not even Home Depot or Costco or whatever, and buy like portable solar array that you can bring with you and have enough, you know, electric light, maybe run a television and a radio off of. I mean, we're at a point where when I consider roughing it is more along the lines of not having a drive-through coffee place. Having to make my own coffee that day. Oh, I'm roughing it. This is so rough.
When you really think about it, we live in the future.
Right? We've been in the future. It snuck up on us. Like, we were looking
we didn't even realize it was there, and then when you think about it, this is the future.
I was
not
like,
the future we
someday
really
in the
we
future,
thought.
and then
There's
somebody
no
handed me
flying
an
car.
iPhone 6, and I'm like, yeah, someday in the future. Holy shit, what is this? Oh, look at this, the future. It snuck up on me. What the hell?
You know, I apologize, Pamela, because you're eating, but of the people in this chat room, the one who has lived closer to that is, in fact, Pamela. I mean, you nomaded across Australia, right?
Hey, Justin lived in tents.
Yeah, I've lived in tents around the world. And I actually do physically live in the future compared to you guys.
Yeah, my friend used to live in the future. He'll be soon living in the past, but
Yeah.
You
And I'm
live
only
pretty
eating
bare
because I
bones.
made some mashed potato for Chelsea, but then she didn't want it, so.
I mean, Pamela, you live pretty bare bones. What would you say of your modern conveniences do you really need besides, let's say, Wi-Fi or something?
Yeah, that's all I really need. Yeah. I'm at the stage where I prefer to sleep on the floor than in the bed, and I prefer like instead of a refrigerator, I prefer like a little. I prefer to cook on a fire than in the kitchen. Yeah. I still like washing machines though.
I've had some of my best nights sleeping on a floor. Or on the floor of a tent. And then I go back to a mattress and it's like, meh.
You know how hard
Yeah.
it is to find a mattress that you can that's really comfortable, that doesn't give you a back problem?
I know, I have that problem right now. I can't justify getting a new mattress because mine's only 2.5 years old.
Hang on, I'm just gonna mute again.
I'm thinking of just sleeping on the floor.
Is Pamela frozen?
She's muted.
Perhaps she lost the connection. That's another thing I was thinking, that of the people in this chat area, I was raised to think about the future and always get ready for the future. And yet, like Pamela, I would say, is less concerned about the future, except probably for her child, maybe you even, Justin. I may be the only one. I mean, my whole purpose in getting a job in the first place was to build up my pension benefits for the future.
I think about the future too often, I think. Like, I think about the far distant future and death, and it's like, I gotta stop thinking about this. It's really annoying. It's like I'm trying to figure out what that whole thing is about. It's like, I don't want to deal with this. But it pops in my head every once in a while. It's really annoying.
You know, you probably can't in your generation. Your generation isn't going to be working at a place for 30 years and have a nice pension. That's gone. That particular
I've
lifestyle
already had
is gone.
7 jobs. I'm only 28.
And that's probably
jobs.
better.
9 jobs. Our generation is more migratory, I think.
No, absolutely. And like with Pamela
First
probably
worldwide.
doesn't need. We needed a home. My generation, a home, a physical place. This was our home. I would say Pamela doesn't need a box called home. I don't know if you do. I don't know if Justin does.
I mean, I live in Houston-ish, outside of Houston, whatever. But it's like, to me, it's just too flat. I can't stand it. I want to live somewhere where there's hills, but there are no hills here. But on the same thing, I have a decent job, and I have other stuff going on outside of work, so it's hard for me to just pick up and find a new place to live. If I could transplant my entire life to a better scenery, I would totally do that. But that still involves like finding all new like local people, friends, and whatnot. Like Hangouts is fun and all, but you gotta have like people around to get you out of your apartment every once in a while.
In terms of your ability to just pick up and move, how long would that really take?
A day.
Right.
I don't have any furniture. The table behind me I built so I can easily disassemble it.
I mean, I think of like Ulysses.
That's my only real piece of furniture.
Ulysses has got a problem because he has his house in Virginia. He's trying to sell. Housing values are down the toilet. And he can't sell it, and he's now moved because his wife has a job. And he's stuck with this house. Whereas Pamela doesn't have that problem. You don't have that problem. I have that problem. I couldn't just pack up and move. I could, but it would be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a big asset that I got a lot of money tied up in. I've just basically blown a lot of money on rent. So I don't have like a cash store at the moment. I'm just now becoming in the black after my vacation last year to the other side of the planet.
Do you even have life insurance? That was programmed into my head. Once I started making money, you had to get life insurance.
I think I have it through my work, but I'm not paying really attention to it.
All right. I know I'm rejoining the conversation in the middle of probably a completely different conversation than the conversation I left.
Mobility.
Today.
How much mobility do you have right now compared to someone who has a house? How
Me?
easily could you pick up and move?
I have 100%. I'm very strongly considering starting to figure out a way to get my finances in some sort of a rational configuration. There's a new development going up in town that is as Science Islandy a new development as is possible by something that's being developed by ConAgra and housing developers. It's going to have condos, which I detest in principle. Homeowners organization dues, which I deplore completely. But there may be, I'm hoping in this dream, because they haven't really announced the full details, a third-story condo-y one-bedroom flat available for something in the $250,000 range that I might be able to achieve. But one of the things they're doing in this development, because it is Davis, it's tailored to the forward-thinking, liberal-minded Davisite, is they're going to be attempting to make these buildings as green as possible, solar panels on every roof possible surface. There's an urban farm that is incorporated into this.
Is that where the ConAgra comes into play? Because they're a food company.
Well, I think they come into play just because they technically own the land that it's being built on. I think that's part of their stake. It used to be the Heinz tomato factory in town. It's actually, you can pull it up. It's the Davis Cannery, or the Cannery in Davis, or at Davis, or something of this nature. And in their PDF version of what they're doing, they've got this whole stretch. It borders a still existing farmland. And so they've got this stretch along the east side, this big strip, which is dedicated to the urban farm. The first buildings they've put up are a barn and a farmer's market. And so the idea is, if you're a member of the community, you go here to your local farmer's market and buy produce that was made alongside of where you're living, right? So your farm to plate is anywhere from 100 feet to a quarter mile or 100 acres. Less than 100. You're within 100 acres of your food source. So as much as this is not what I would prefer, this is the closest thing to a science island I've seen an actual mainstreamish developer. They're putting up 500 units in 100 acres. 526. They're doing, what, Ed, what would you say, about triple what we said the population for 100 acres should be? Yeah. But they're going up. They're building up. You know, some of it's going to be 3 stories. They're going to have their own little downtown, this whole thing. It is tailored to be the thing that's going to appeal to the local buyer. Although I guarantee you much of it's going to be bought up by out of county investors who are looking to rent this back to people. That's who can afford it. But it's really intriguing. It's really intriguing the fact that they are building in walking paths, biking paths everywhere, that they're going solar and double paned and you know everything else with it, that they're incorporating an urban farm is the centerpiece, not just a big park that needs to get sprinklered with water to keep it green. It's intriguing.
If you go to a condominium association, once again, your greatest challenge are the people in the association.
Yeah.
That's the big challenge, trying to get people to work together, trying to get people to agree on things. Maintenance. If you're in an apartment situation where the guy above you and his sink starts leaking, the bathroom, the bathrooms always start leaking, and now you got to deal with that. It's people. That's going to be your greatest challenge in a condominium association, are the people.
That and the fact that it's like, I mean, when I've looked at pricing out stuff, the thing that always makes that one place just that much more unaffordable than the insane debt I would take on and going through a bank to afford it anyway, is there's a homeowners association due, which is like a car payment a month every month for forever that you live there. And it means I can't paint the front of my place like an optical illusion, or right, or I might have to only have drapes in a certain color because of the CCRs, or I might not be able to XYZ whatever. So yeah, it's not something I'm really that psyched on, other than they have added some elements to this, which is very Science Island. And they have added some elements to this where I'm like, wow, this isn't the full step. This isn't that full, off-the-grid community where you know your neighbors. You don't know your neighbors. There's a homeowners organization that makes everybody contribute to some greater goal. But there's elements that are built into this that do reflect a little bit more forward-thinking than any of the other developments that have gone up anywhere in the region, right? It's not designed as a bedroom community, though it may become one. Patrick, within 2 years, somebody come up with a plan. I'm just the idea guy. I'm not the planner. If anybody is waiting for me to come up with a plan that makes something happen, we'll both be waiting for a very long time, right?
I'll work on it.
Good. Like, I feel like I did at least an okay job of getting some like-minded people talking about this, right? That I should also come up with the plan on how to make it done. That just seems unfair.
Well, we have to raise capital, so we need a Kickstarter. We all pitch in money, and we buy lotto tickets. That's about the best shot we got.
Originally, I always thought the Science Island Hangout was the planning meeting, like the actual like. It is. And then it turned into another TWIS.
Well, yeah, and I've actually found it sometimes better than the actual TWIS episode of the week, but yeah. So in terms of planning, I think a Kickstarter would have at least the potential of being able to raise funds as opposed to not having a Kickstarter.
The problem I see with a Kickstarter is you have all these people who expect to get something out of it, and if, like, I guess you could sell like internal plots of land or something or whatever, but then when you do that, you don't have the filter process of like weeding out the weirdos and whatnot from coming in and whatnot, all that.
Look, I don't intend to weed out the weirdos. I don't think that's necessary. I don't think we should be weeding people out. I think we should be taking all comers to the ideology, much as any pioneering endeavor ever did. Because while they may have some weird ideology with them, or weird whatever it is that we're calling them weird for, they may be more dedicated to the actual task than any of us are. They may be the ones that put in the more sweat labor. They may be the ones that bring more finances to bear. They may be the ones that have the more ingenious idea of creating the infrastructure. You don't know what it is, but I think all comers who are willing to subscribe to at least a short list of ideological points are probably going to fit okay and probably be more in sync with the overall concept than your current neighbors. Your current neighbors are probably the most insane people that you would not want to be neighbors with. So you got somebody who's got at least a short list in common with you. It's probably going to work out okay.
So how do we make sure that Science Island doesn't become a failed commune?
We don't.
Can't.
Because don't most communes that have like this togetherness basis kind of thing always fail? Because there's some like hierarchy power grab in the middle of it.
Yeah, that's because they all sleep together. So you have to have a don't screw the crew policy, and then it should be all right.
All right, I'm out. Well,
Well, communes fail for one reason. It's usually simply money, resources. That's where they fail. You get a group of people, and they're hanging out doing the hippie thing or whatever it happens to be, but it takes work. It does take work.
Yeah.
And it does take leadership, and people in communes probably don't much care for leadership.
Well, Pamela's partly actually correct. In a lot of the communes that formed, at least in this part of the planet, in the 60s, were thinking they were going to create a society without all the barriers and boundaries of relationship, and anybody it was the free love, born out of the 60s free love experiment. And what people discovered was, no, actually, I get really jealous about when it comes to the person who I'm really into with the free love thing, and then people would be pulling out of the commune left and right to go off and have a more standard life somewhere else because of that. So this was a often reported from at least California communes downfall of the sort of fabric of society. So if you don't go in under the free love thing, but going in under the free knowledge exchange thing, I think you're creating a different environment to begin with. I don't think you're creating the expectation of socialized relationships. Yeah.
So that's the underlying motto in the fine print for Science Island. Don't screw the crew. That's what Pamela's saying.
Don't screw the crew.
All right. Okay.
And Ed, you've talked a bit about the idea that Science Island would be doing experiments. I don't know what experiments we would be doing.
I think the experiment is Silence Island.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, I think the big experiment would be creating something that would be self-sustainable. I do kind of agree that we could be possibly somewhat and this goes back to my wanting to be somewhat close to a university, offering up field work for somebody who was studying electrical engineering to be able to get in and play with a grid, get in and help design from the ground up an electrical grid. Maybe it's working with the underground cables and electricity collection through solar or alternative energy, whatever it is. There could be sort of a learning classroom that is the island itself. I think we could be experimenting with using different types of, like the vertical garden or the aquaponic grow garden, or doing some sort of combination of LED indoor growing with the fish aquaponics, right? Like we could be in a way doing experimenting with those things at the same time trying to be self-sustainable. But it'll come down to what really works. Like once we hit on something that's more effective than the rest, less and less experimentation, and it'll be more about refinement of those processes probably over time.
I have a completely different view. Experimentation means you're never satisfied. You never, even if you reach the point you think I'm 100% satisfied with this, no, you're always looking for something better. That's why I think of it as an experiment.
I'll agree to that. So as far as like organizational, in the eyes of like the law, like is this like purely a group of people coming together to just buy the piece of land with that trust with the trust thing you were talking about, or is it?
And the only reason I went to the trust thing is because the most expensive lawyer friend I know was like, you can't just ask a bunch of people for money to buy real estate. That's like in violation of like more laws than exist, right? So there is an element of it where you have to create it as, and also there is precedent, and there's a commune called the Black Bear Commune in are they in Oregon or Northern California? I think they're just in far North California. And at some point, the commune, this was like the 60s commune situation, at some point they formed a trust because it meant that the thing could outlast the founding members. The principles of the commune could live well beyond the founding members. When they no longer have a vote, it was sort of like their constitution for this thing to keep going forward, which means that whatever you've put in place will still have to follow those laws or those rules, even when the founding members of the thing aren't part of it anymore, right?
So what if it was incorporated into like a non-profit organization?
Right. Non-profit is tricky, and it's a lot of note-taking. That's the only part I object to non-profits. Is somebody's got to take notes.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I am a president of a non-profit right now. Mind you, I've only been doing this for like 3 days.
Yeah.
But I have a little bit of experience, perhaps, or I will over the next year as my term plays out.
If we're looking for that true kind of legal an association of some sort, I got to go to Australia's principalities, or we go to Australia and we create our own principality, which you can do under Australian law. And now you run your own basic little country, like a micronations. There's others around. But in the United States...
There's micronations in the U.S.
Are there?
Kind
I don't
of.
know. Where?
There's like hundreds of them.
Because you have eminent domain. Doesn't eminent domain exist everywhere in the United States?
To some degree, yeah, but there is the Jeffersonians in Northern California who think they've seceded from the nation. There was a whole area
of the key word.
New York. This is actually when I was researching how legal is it to create your own money system, your own economic system within the United States. Ithaca in New York came up. And there was a neighborhood that created a trading script. And from my understanding, it still exists to some level today. There was one person who was really driving it, and they've since passed on. But it still exists within some members of the community. But at some point, it got really big, where people, or even merchants in stores, were accepting their goods for this neighborhood script. And there was something really fascinating about that, where people decided that, you know what, we've got the one economy we can all rely on, as much as we can rely on it, and we need to supplement that economy with a secondary economy that may not have as much flux, that may be more reliable for our day-to-day needs, that may be just a little more easy for us to trade in with our friends and neighbors. And so it has effectively taken place here and there.
There's also Bitcoin, and more places are accepting Bitcoin now. Even Microsoft accepts Bitcoin.
Was Microsoft the big one? Microsoft accepts Bitcoin? I didn't know that.
I'm pretty sure they do.
There was there was another big. I can't remember who it was. There was another big company that was talking. Oh no. It was either Major League Baseball or the NFL. I don't recall which one, but it was like one major Like you could buy your tickets now with no. It was the local NBA team. It was the Kings. It was the Sacramento Kings. The basketball organization was going to start accepting Bitcoin as a form of payment, which is huge. I mean, that's a very mainstream sort of cultural mainstream corporate thing to be accepting this third party currency.
There's a whole movement. There's a website, resilient homes or something. Resilience in the title, and that's what they do. But it's all based on merchants agreeing to accept this currency, and so it's recycling a currency among a local community.
So part of also my desire to be an American is to sort of fulfill the better points of the nature of the Constitution and Declaration of Independence and the Founding Father thing. Part of it is very patriotic in a way that I wouldn't want to go to some. Sorry, Pamela.
Pamela looked like she was sticking her tongue out at you.
They're just toying with the idea of democracy. I would want this to be in the heart of the creation of democracy, so that if there was an argument against something that we were doing, we could hold up the fact that we're fulfilling the letter of the constitutional law of the land, and I think it would be really difficult to argue against Science Island attempting to create more than we consume, to produce more than we consume, and to live literally off the land as an American. And I think you can argue against that in just about every other country on the planet, because that principle isn't in the founding verbiage.
I kind of disagree. When I think of the United States, you have a Constitution, it's basic document we start with, and all of the Supreme Court, it's always interpreting this particular document. Now, as well as I understand, and this maybe Pamela can help, she's studying law. If you have, like in England, where you don't have a single document, what you have is precedent. So you can continually, basically, reinterpret the law. Am I correct in some
That's
degree?
what we have here as well. Yeah, it's the Westminster system. We have that here as well. Mm-hmm. So that's how laws get changed.
So I found a small list of people that, like big people that accept Bitcoin. We have United Way, Khan Academy, Bing, Dish, Expedia, Google, Mint, OkCupid, PayPal, Reddit, Wikimedia, Reeds, 1-800-Flowers, Mozilla, Intuit, Dell, Bloomberg, Square, Big Fish, Braintree, Overstock, and Time Inc. They all accept Bitcoin.
There's some names on there I would not have expected.
Yeah.
Cool.
And according to Coinbase, which is the major Bitcoin exchange, there's 38,000 businesses that use Coinbase. So that's just them. And there's other companies out there that do Bitcoin exchange, but so it's catching on.
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of law,
go
ahead, Pamela.
No, we were talking the other week, and we came up with a plan. So, but it'll probably take about 4 years instead of 2. Yeah.
Yeah, in the United States,
be a
federal law
in 3
always trumps.
Wait. What was the plan? What was our plan? I forgot our plan.
I'll be a barrister in 3 years.
The founder doesn't know.
and then I'll just save up for a year and pay cash. I'll work really hard as a barrister for a year and just put away a couple of million.
Yeah, no. Pamela's got us covered. Pamela's gonna pay for it.
Pamela has the front money.
One of us might have to marry her to get her into the country permanent style.
Well, that's another story.
Yeah, that's later down. Don't record this part. Don't record this part. One of us is gonna marry Pamela to get her into the country.
Just for Science Island, I'll marry you.
Or
I don't think that's required.
When we're getting asked, like, why did you marry her? We'll be like, well, it's Rupert Murdoch's niece. Like, why wouldn't I? And they'll be like, oh, never mind. Let her in. Let her in. Let her in. Right?
Sure. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So,
how far away?
My question for you: if you have that connection already, then why not just use it?
Yeah, that's right. No, if no, oh, I didn't hear that. So if you want it to be there, then it might have to wait 5 years, or actually 6.
That's fine.
Because I can't.
What about Spain?
I can't get sponsored there.
No.
Spanish states are very independent. Spanish states are more independent from the government than the United States. The United States, the individual states are always dependent. Federal law always trumps individual states. That's not the case in Spain.
All right, Ed, I'm going to ask you a point-blank question. How much time have you spent abroad?
Probably total 3 years.
Wow, well, that's pretty. That's more than I might have thought.
A year and a half was in Vietnam.
Okay.
Another year plus was in Japan. So I've really only lived in. Well, I don't even know what to call it. Lived in Vietnam, for Pete's sakes. I was an army barracks. Japan, I could say I lived in Japan for a little over a year.
Okay. Ed, other countries don't do it as well as we do.
They do it better.
No, they don't.
Yes.
Look.
Germany, I love the German system.
For all of our faults as a nation.
Switzerland. Pamela's been to Switzerland. That's a great country.
All of our failures and attempts to achieve something that we can't get our hands around, we do it better. America does it better. And America is...
What about healthcare?
It depends on how Judge Roberts and Kennedy decide this final action. Because we might be about to get it right. We're on the verge of getting this right. We are this close. We have 2 justices who haven't enunciated their decisions, and chances are we're going to get it right. My belief is we're going to continue to get it right.
I have 2 doctors signed up for Science Island. One is US and one is British, so we're covered. And the British one is also Australian.
Is the one that's not British within driving distance of me?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Easy. Oh, this guy is who I'm voting for to be Supreme Leader of Science Island, by the way. There is a very brilliant local doctor who I am a fan of. A huge fan of this guy. He has got a piercing intellect and wisdom beyond his and my years combined.
Not the person I want in charge.
3 people who want to do Science Island, possibly more if I had actually talked to them ever about it, but they don't know about it yet, so...
I've got about a half dozen non-Science Island minions. People who don't. Well, a few of them listen to the show, but for the most part, not listening to the show. So 2 out of the 4. I got like 6 people, and I think the threshold I've been asking for the initial investment of Science Island would be in the range of like $2,500.
Yeah, and my contingent is willing to pay that.
Yeah.
Each.
I've got people who can come up with much more than that, but this is the $2,500 is based on if we could get 50 people. Somebody have a calculator? What's 2,500 times 50? It's basically enough to get
125,000.
Yeah, it's basically enough to
125,000.
get the land part of it figured out.
Really? In California?
125,000 is not going to give you a lot of land.
In
No.
California,
Well,
near Davis, where you want it? No,
Oh,
you
no.
you talk about Australia, you talk about
No,
Spain.
in Davis, we
very
need
doable.
1.25 million to get the land I want. Yeah, or no, 10 million, 11 million. It'd be redunculous. But if you go just a little further north, not that far.
If we go to Alaska, we can homestead it.
No, I can get us between Davis and Napa with views of both with the probably in the 80-acre range. Yeah, it's kind of hilly. Yeah, you gotta cut down a lot of manzanita trees or whatever to get the farmland going. But you're getting basically Napa type agriculture, Davis type weather combo. I know where the land is.
If we do the agriculture right, we don't have to cut down anything.
We might have to get it's a little overgrown. Nobody's been trimming the hedges.
Well,
It's
regardless
like
of
the
what
70s porno up there.
my 5-year plan is to save up and buy a nice piece of land and just get the hell away from everyone, and then just rent a crappy apartment or something in a city and just come in when I've got to go to court a couple of days a week, and then do everything else.
So Pamela, you're playing out exactly what Justin laid out earlier, which is people will explore to get away from people, not to explore.
No, definitely not. No, well, it's a combination. Sometimes I crave, getting to know different people, new people, so I go out there, and then I remember how many idiots there are, and I want to get the hell away from them all again. But once I've had a bit of isolation for a while, then I'm like, yeah, people are cool, let's go out and meet some people. And then I meet some people, and I go, oh my god, I just want to get away from these people. Yeah.
Well,
I have issues.
This is my whole striking distance from a university town thing, which is that you want to both be able to run away from people, but you also want the people that you do interact with to be freaking educated and have it be worth talking to. Have the conversation be worth having had, right?
Yeah.
If you're looking for that isolation near a college town, there's got to be the Midwest. There's got to be a lot of space in the Midwest where there's a college town, and yet outside that college town is relatively cheap property.
Iowa State University.
Why can't we just build our own university and sponsor and give scholarships to people who wouldn't normally go to university and teach them?
Because then we have to have a lot of PhDs that are part of Science Island, which is not necessarily a bad thing.
Why do you have to have a PhD to teach someone?
Well, you have to have a teaching certificate. And that usually,
I
at a
don't know.
university, you have to have a master's degree or above.
Not in a university themselves.
I will be the most critical of anybody who's attempting to teach me anything who doesn't have a PhD. I want you to have dedicated your freaking life to the subject upon which you're educating me. If you just dabbled in it this past weekend and now are attempting to teach me, I already fucking know more than you. Like, stop.
Yeah, but then you got to have many more teachers. If you're only going to have a PhD, PhDs specialize in one area. Now all of a sudden you need 300 teachers, each PhD to teach you about their own thing.
Ed, but that's exactly why you put Science Island near a university where there's 1,000 PhDs working, because you can invite each one over for dinner, one at a time, and over the course of 3 years have gotten the 1,000 different insights into specific subjects. This is sort of I almost picture the Science Island as being part.
The dinner party.
Who had the eudaimonia? Who has the? Not Plato. It's not Plato's Republic. Not the Luddites? Who's got eudaimonia? I can't remember who created. Maybe it was Aristotle. I don't know. But it's this sort of. It's almost like a Luddite garden community But part of the thing was, it was sort of like a country club university, where all the students worked on this garden island. You know, this sort of Eudaimonia was like this. It was a garden. It was almost like the self-sustaining garden, but they would invite in the greatest scholars in any subject and spend like a week with them. They'd wine them, they'd dine them, but they'd basically be probing them and listening to them and having them tell them their stories of the outside world, right?
So here's
the students within the garden walls were always learning, and yeah, you'd spend your day plowing, watering, harvesting, whatever it was, whatever the tasks were, and then in the evening you'd have the visiting scholar that you just sit around and eat and drink and listen to. And the scholars loved it because they had this captive audience that wined them and dined them, and they get this, you know, do all their spiel.
So here's the draw for the university folks to come and utilize Science Island is that when they want to do research and experimentation, they need grants and they need funding, and a big portion of the money that they're getting for grants and stuff is going to rent and equipment. So if they can come to Science Island and utilize it for free and do all their experiments here, they just have to pay for materials and whatnot, which would be a lot less for something.
And they're not the crew, so you can screw them.
Okay.
Well, hey, we'll try to offer as many benefits as the law will allow. Well, there was this idea I had a long time ago for a nonprofit.
Wait, no, Justin, you went on this PhD rant, okay? You have a PhD?
Hells no.
Does Pamela have a PhD?
She has like several, I think.
Heck, I think you guys over PhDs, and you don't have a PhD. Patrick, you don't have a PhD, right?
No, but none of us here are specialized in one specific field either. Unless you count Justin as a car salesman.
We got the internet. We got the YouTubes if you want to see how something is built, and then we build it ourselves. Hey, the heck with PhDs.
The difference between a regular Joe and a PhD is a PhD has given humanity a very, very specific new piece of knowledge that has been vetted. And so I don't know that any of us here have done that.
And you know what? I will take
one
of the indigenous people in Australia. I'll take. What was it? I think the anthropologist in Africa, the Leakeys, perhaps. I may have the names wrong, but
you're right. It's probably
their best fossil hunters were the natives. The natives could just walk along the ground and bang, pick out that fossil because they were trained. It had nothing to do with PhD or formal education. They had that knowledge, that ability. That's what counts.
Yeah, but that's not finding something and proving something are two different things. If those same people are proving that that fossil is a unique individual and only came from that environment because of a certain chain of events that happened in that area, then okay, sure, but they can find them because they know what to look for, right? So that's not really the same thing.
Well, if you're talking about scientific validation, you're 100% correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
scientific validation. I don't know if that's the standard. Well, sort of the standard, but I think you might be able to work out a process without having a PhD and being able to show how that process can be used, the extent that it can be used in Science Island, and then you get a couple of PhD types thrown in.
There is new fact-checked information that comes into humanity's fold that doesn't come from PhDs. It comes from like bachelors and engineers at like companies and whatnot, or maybe an entrepreneur or something. but it's not like a PhD is just a validation through the educational system, but it's more rigorous than. Well, I don't know that I can actually say it's more rigorous than like a private entity, because a private entity has to make it prove true in order to make money off of it, or they have to be really good at marketing it. So,
if you want your PhD associations to accept it, you got to have the PhD name. You know, most of your scientific associations, they're not going to accept a paper unless they see that PhD on there somewhere, the lead author or whoever. But a good chance all of the work was done by the postdoc or whatever.
undergraduate.
Undergraduate.
Yeah, the undergraduates. Undergraduates or masters. Is a master's degree person still an undergraduate?
No.
Because they don't have a PhD?
No. You have a master's. No, that's postgraduate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what? So even when you're going up for a PhD and you have a master's, you're still a postgraduate?
Yeah. Undergraduate is when you don't have a bachelor. And then after that, you're postgrad. Whether it's a certificate, or it's a postgrad diploma or postgrad, as in masters, yeah. And then PhD, if you could. I was accepted for that, but I had a baby instead. I might look at a PhD now. I can do a PhD when I'm 50, but I can't have a baby when I'm 50.
Yeah. Dual ovens.
Well, you can, but I'm not going to.
The PhD, like it's a title. I guess if you want grant money, if you want to go to some place and say, give me buckets of money for this experiment, you might have to need a PhD to sign off on it somehow. I don't know that that undergraduates in themselves are going to be able to get a lot of money, grant money. Don't know how the process works, but
it depends where you're going for the grant. If you're getting it through like an angel investor or something, I mean that's not really a grant. That's just like signing a contract with them. But you could still go that route. I don't know. It's yeah. If I have some spare moments and I'm thinking about it, I'll start doing some research on locations for Science Island.
yeah,
But I got a lot of other stuff I'm doing too.
finding the right location's easy. It's coming up with the money and getting everybody agree to go there. That's the hard part.
Well, I'm doing my own anyway, so if other people want to join me, they can. But if not, it doesn't really matter. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm ready to move. I'm not a patriotic American. I'm not a big American pusher. The one thing we do right, the one thing of our system it does right is term limits. You gotta have term limits.
Yeah, I agree.
That's how I got to be president. Term limits.
What is it? Even the was it the Spartans, where you were king for a year? Everyone got to be king for a year.
Maybe, I'm not sure.
I don't know.
But that'd be good. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I just don't buy into this whole, British monarchy. I don't know why the British look up to these people. It's like, really? Because, they're all inbred.
Well, see, here's my problem with my problem with the current U.S. Presidency system or whatever. We basically have almost an oligarchy or a monarchy going in with the presidential candidates. We're coming up on like 3 Bushes probably that might have been president. Like that, no, like you shouldn't be allowed to have more than one person per family be president for like 50 years or something. That should be like a law.
Okay, that's a good idea. I like that.
Because that you're having Bushes and Clintons running against each other, and everybody expects one of them to win, and this should not be happening.
You'd have a Kennedy president that got
This is
assassinated.
actually part of
and
my
died.
decision. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Part of my decision to vote for Obama early on was I refused to turn over the reins of voting to my children, having gone Bush, Clinton, Clinton, Bush, Bush, Clinton, maybe Clinton again. Like, there was no way that I could.
No.
Because think of it, we could, if Hillary had been president the last cycle, last 2 cycles, we would have gone Bush, Clinton, Clinton, Bush, Bush, Clinton, Clinton. We would have had 7 years of 2 households. And that is as
7 terms, not 7
anti-democratic
years.
a scenario as is possible.
Right.
So yeah, totally agree with you, Patrick. No way should there ever be another Bush or Clinton. If you're related and your last name is Applebottom, fine, go ahead and run. But if your last name is Bush or Clinton, you're never getting my vote.
Agreed. Totally.
I think the only family I can think of with the Roosevelts, Teddy and then FDR. They both did a pretty good job while they were in, although Teddy got a little bit.
Okay, I don't mind if one of the Clintons or the Bushes goes for, like, mayor or councilman or senator or something, but not president.
No. Totally agree with you, Patrick. And it just sends a bad message to the kids. That's my thing, too. It's like, I'm not even thinking about just for the nation. I'm thinking about, all the kids in the nation. If that really had happened, if we had 7 years of 2-family rule, then democracy becomes a joke. It's just not possible that these people are. It just means that political connections trumps all other qualities of a human being for becoming president. I was talking to somebody actually this evening about. They were asking me what I thought would happen in the coming election. And they said, the Democrats have doomed themselves. There's no way there's a Democrat who is going to be in line for the presidency this time around. I was like, well, the hole that the Republicans have dug for themselves is that in their primary race, to see who becomes the candidate, it's a contest to who can out-crazy the other. Who can out-extreme the other? This is what they've created for themselves over these last election cycles. And what it means is that regardless of the Republican candidate who is put before us in the general election, they will have gone through a trial of bullshit mountain. Whoever can climb the highest on bullshit mountain is the one that's going to win that nomination, and they're going to stink so bad to the general election that if the Democrats can just put somebody who can freaking articulate something, that they're going to make it as president. And also, the most damning thing the Republicans did for their hopes of a presidency is take the House. This country. The founding fathers were absolutely brilliant in creating a 3-headed hydra of government where it's almost impossible to get anything done. Actually, their highest pinnacle of democracy is in existence now. You have a president who wants to do these things, you have the rest of the House that wants to do those things, and you got a judicial that's split left, right, and center. The fact that we can't get anything done is what the Founding Fathers wanted. They wanted a government that was ineffective in sweeping change. They wanted a government that was totally incapable of sweeping away anything that had come before. They want a bureaucratic
gridlock
stalemate. so that the country continues as it was formed. This is the whole point of our democracy, is that it is an immovable object. That the more you push in one direction, the more force you create in the opposite direction. It's just, they understood. If you make something so insanely difficult for for all these different parties to agree on, you won't be able to destroy the founding principles upon which it was based. That's why our democracy works. It's because it can't work. Because it can't do anything effectively. Because it is a bureaucratic mess, is what has kept America all of this time. And I would hope that in Science Island we could find a way to create some formula in which every aspect of the island had some sort of conflict with the direction the rest of the island wanted to move in, so that we could also create such a bureaucratic mess of things that we couldn't create a sweeping change, that some charismatic bastard couldn't take the Oval Office or be the head of the congressional opposition and make anything actually happen. What we set in motion, we want to continue to be in motion in as much of the same state as possible throughout time. And I think the Founding Fathers did a brilliant job of it.
We've had periods. I mean, the 1960s that I grew up in, we had tremendous sweeping changes, but you have to have a crisis. FDR, sweeping changes. Lyndon Johnson, sweeping changes.
Yeah.
But you've got to have a crisis. And you've got to have a crisis where the public at least buys into the idea that this party can solve that process and they can actually start doing it.
Right.
That's what we're missing right now.
One thing with that, like the Civil Rights Movement, you need look no further than all men are created equal. To see that the Founding Fathers who wrote that knew that the country wasn't there yet. But it was like it's like they put a pin in time into the future, where they said, we're gonna create the language as the foundation of this place we want to be that we know we aren't at now. And we're going to put this pin in the map that future generations can rally around, that not only, it wasn't that they predicted, it was that they propelled the nation in that direction. And there was centuries of resistance to the direction that the Founding Fathers wanted us to go in. And it's almost like they were kind of aware that we can't do this now. There's too much opposition on the ground today, but we're going to write it into the future of our nation that this is where we're going. Not just where we are. They didn't just lay out, this is where we are, this is how it's going to be forever. But this is where we want to propel towards. And the Civil Rights Movement almost wasn't so much a revolution of change from the Founding Fathers. It was the revelation of change towards them, towards those founding principles. And that's one of those things about the American democracy experiment thing that's so fascinating to me, is that they both understood we don't want sweeping change, and we want to set the course for the future that we don't get to live in ourselves. This is what we want for now that we can't achieve, but we're gonna set the navigation. We're gonna set the navigation to this destination, and eventually, because every time we try to turn left, it's gonna tell us to turn right. Every time we turn right, it's gonna tell us to turn left until we get to that destination.
Justin, have you heard of the unicameral for Nebraska?
Hang on, I can't hear you.
Have you heard of the unicameral for Nebraska?
Okay. So what I heard was, have you heard of the eunuch camel from Nebraska? And I'm sure that's not what you just said.
Unicameral, single legislative body.
No.
So, of all the states in the country, Nebraska has only one legislative branch, or whatever. And so they can pass laws really quickly. And they're always praised for it, but then there's other people that are like, that's against the Constitution. That shouldn't have been allowed to exist.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, I'm from Nebraska, so I was always brought up about, oh, the unilateral.
So is
Unicameral
it a
the
matter
best
of
option there is.
they can throw whatever matter against the wall that they like, but they only end up left with what's stuck to it?
Yeah, basically. There's a link in the chat.
I don't have access to this chat you keep speaking about. I gotta go.
I can't use it.
You do. You click on the little thought bubble in the top left corner of your screen, and it shows up.
I don't have a thought bubble.
Choose link.
I might end up. Hang on. I might end up with the lower third here in a second. Hang on.
Choose files to share with link.
Okay, on that. Okay, I see it. Oh.
No,
Oh, look at all this chat going on.
Yeah. So that last link is the Nebraska legislator and how it works.
I don't. Well, maybe it's true of a lot of democratic governments, but the United States is more bottom up than top down, unless you talk about the really, really big picture problems. For the most part, like when it comes to city budgets, here in New England, and I think most of the New England states, it's each city yearly votes on a budget for the town and for the education. So the towns vote every single year on a budget. It only works, however, when you've got enough population to support really property taxes. When you don't have that, and my little town is losing population, then all anybody ever wants to do is cut the property taxes. Then it doesn't work so well. Look at California. Has all those propositions, Proposition 9, Proposition 43, Proposition whatever. They don't ever accomplish anything, do they?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I typically vote against any proposition that's a bond measure. I don't believe, I mean, I'm somebody who doesn't have any debt whatsoever. I have no debt. I don't do anything on loan. If I can't afford it, I don't buy it. Right? So I've always voted against. We get a lot of propositions, and I'm always back in my mind. I'm like, well, it's a $2 billion proposition that we're borrowing money. It's a bond measure, so we're borrowing money. So we're gonna borrow $2 billion and pay $4 billion. Yeah, it's for children in education who don't have shoes or whatever. But I'm like, isn't it most likely that like some banking institution came up with this proposition to make the $2 billion off the $2 billion that we're going to borrow to spend on things? Like, I'm always very wary of all the propositions that we have that are money oriented. But on the other hand, you know, California is a state in the same way that the entire eastern seaboard north of Florida is one unit. I mean, we have all of those aspects of pulling left, right, and center throughout this state. For the most part, I have to give California credit for having existed very well in terms of the economy here is considered what, 5th or 6th in terms of if we seceded from the nation, we'd be 5th or 6th in the economy as a country. You know, it does very well for itself. Californians should never complain about the state of affairs in California. It's good here. It's good to be Californian. That said, when I say, I mean, and I am a patriotic Californian, right? Yeah, I'm a patriotic American. I like America more than I like other countries, but really I like California more than I like the rest of the United States. And then within California, I like certain cities in California more than I like the other cities and counties
Within your county, you prefer Davis.
And then really I kind of prefer Davis. And then really in Davis, it's one side of Davis versus a couple of the other sides of Davis. And within that sector of Davis that I really prefer, it's certain streets and neighborhoods and specifically certain houses. And like then I'm at my friend's house that I prefer in that sector of Davis that I like. And it's really I like sitting on his couch as opposed to the lounger. And then really it's just one end of the couch because it's closer to the light, so it's easier to read my phone. Like you can drill down and get really specific to what you're patriotic about in terms of any region as soon as you eliminate big swaths of peoples and counties and towns and states and neighboring nations. You can really get pretty specific about what it is you actually freaking care about, the thing that you're patriotic about.
We had this conversation, I don't know how many years ago, and it sounded like you were under house arrest. I think I asked you.
Yeah, by the way, by this time, just about any conversation I have, Pamela's already heard it. Which is a little scary. I think me and Pamela have talked more than I've been on the air on This Week in Science at this point. I think we've had, even though we haven't done that many actual episodes of Meaningless Words, we've started to do episodes of Meaningless Words that just ended in a 5-hour conversation.
And we usually play chess.
Oh yeah, we used to play chess. Oh, I miss playing chess. You're so bad though. You're so terrible at it.
Oh, because you had the time advantage. That wasn't fair.
No, I had a time advantage. I take no time. I take my whole strategy in chess is the least I think about my next move, the better it probably is. I move very quickly.
If I play chess, I randomly move pieces without thinking about it at all. I was like, this one looks like a decent one to move. And it just throws people off. It's like, why did you do that? It's like, I don't know.
My strategy in chess, I'm gonna lay it out here, because I don't really play very often, but is to talk a lot during the other person's time while they're trying to think about their move, and in that, because I can small talk in one half of my brain and strategize on the other half. I'm actually planning the possible moves, so when they make a choice, I already know what my move is based on that. Then I make my move immediately, and they're back into having to think, and I get to small talk them again. And therefore, they're both distracted and trying to plot it out while giving me time to plot my next move.
That was Bobby Fischer's strategy, as I recall. Do your thinking on the other guy's time.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And if they're distractible by having a conversation, all the better. They'll make a more distracted, less strategized move. Whereas I'm doing the same thing that they're doing and plotting my next move, only I can small talk and strategize at the same time, because my small talk part of my brain is basically on automatic all the time. So how do we do Science Island? What do you want? What do you want from it? What do you want? Like, okay, all right. Here it is. We came up with the 50 to 100
I take
people.
that was a rhetorical question.
No. We put in the 50. We got the.
It's a survey.
50 people to put in $2,500 a piece. Justin found land for $100,000 with closing costs, taxes, and God knows what other stupid fees. Got the 88. Say I got 80 acres. Got 80 acres near Clear Lake, California, within an hour's drive to several universities.
I live in Clear Lake, Texas.
Probably very similar, actually.
Do you own this land and you're trying to flog it off?
So okay. So here it is. We got the 80 acres. The land is there. What's your move, Patrick? What's your next move? You gonna come out and visit the island? What do you expect to see when you get to the island?
Okay. first off, tell me some information about the land grab here. Is it completely like wilderness? Is there already infrastructure there? What am I seeing when I get there?
Okay. So prerequisite is there is going to be you can drive to the land.
So there's a road to the land.
Road to the land. This may be.
Other than that, there's nothing there.
I can't even pronounce the frickin' area. There's an area of Mendocino. There's an area of it's just south of Mendocino, whatever that is. We're in Cavaglagalo Mountains. It's okay. Likely it's hilly and full of trees.
So.
But you can drive there.
Okay. If I can drive there, then that means I could park a car on the land, right?
Parking the car on the land.
There's at least a spot where I can park something, right? So I think my first rule of business would to make one of those. I don't really like the idea of these. Okay, I like tiny houses, but I don't like the idea of them on these like trailer beds. I think that's kind of silly. But in this instance, I think that would be beneficial. Because you could park a tiny house on one of those trailer beds in a spot, and then you have a base to go from to start building out your place. And as you decide that that might not be the best place to park that, you can move it quite easily to another part of the place. So as we're building out this land, we can move our houses around into the best, like to the project area that we're currently working on. So we can just step out of the house and you're starting on your work or whatnot. So as that happens, you really have to think of what piece of infrastructure is the most critical to get more people here so we can start doing more infrastructure. Is it electricity? Is it plumbing? Is it food? What is the most important thing to get more people to show up?
Good question. My initial reaction is outhouses.
So plumbing.
Outhouses.
Waste management.
Maybe a well.
Okay.
California is pretty good for wells. You could pretty much dig down just about anywhere in Northern California and you'll hit water. So you have at least an immediate temporary water source without having done water collection from the sky.
So what you're saying is we need water and we need waste management.
Yeah. And waste management, an outhouse, if you've never dealt with an outhouse is digging a hole 10 feet deep and putting a wooden toilet over the top of it. You can suffice that way for many years without much trouble.
We'd probably want to be able to reuse that waste as like fertilizer or something, like compost it, so maybe not a big hole.
Well, not initially. I mean... Initially, for the waste, just the waste management issue for the early stages, you don't need to. If you're flushing, it's when you're. I think the waste management and using it as fertilizer issue comes much more later when you're having flushable toilets. It's more the water you want to recover and the waste element as a fertilizer is the side benefit of recovering the water, of putting that back into ag.
Well, see, you can recover. You don't need flushable toilets. You can just have buckets with seats on them and screw a cap on them and set them in the sun, and that will compost it for you.
Or a solar composter. So your toilet is like that awful scene from the what's Mad Max's name? The actor.
Mel Gibson.
He's Australian.
Yes.
Pamela.
That crazy Catholic guy.
Mel
Can
Gibson.
you hear me?
Who?
Can't you hear me? Mel Gibson.
Okay, Mel Gibson made the pyramid movie with the head coming down the thing.
No, that's
No,
Indiana Jones.
that was I think Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No. This was a Mel Gibson movie. He made some stupid movie where they were portraying the Mayans as
Oh,
head
the
choppers.
Mayan movie. I know the movie you're talking about. I didn't see it.
Okay.
Yeah, we can
Anyway.
hear you, Pamela.
This is long. This is going the longest way to make this point. But you have basically a slide with glass over the top on the back end of the porta potty. You create basically a solar oven that turns that waste into dehydrated powder that you can then spritz upon your ag land or work into your soil, and it's pretty much bacteria free at this point once it's been dehydrated and solar baked. But solar baked waste is a real thing. Actually works. It still has the nutrients without the bacteria. Safe to use, doesn't stink after it's been baked. I don't know what that time frame is.
Don't you?
But somebody's got to do the collection. So.
But good soil is full of microbes. So why do you want to bake out the microbes?
Right, because it's not when you're working with the solar baked waste. The reason you want it microbe free is because humans have to transport it to the soil. So it still has the nutritional basis, but it's the human interaction portion of the transfer from waste to fertilizer that you want to have that separation. If you're the one shoveling the shit,
if you're shoveling your own shit, you don't gotta worry about it.
Yeah. That's the step. That's that step that's integrated into that scenario. Whereas it's understood that humans will have to interact directly. But it still has the nutrient factor that the soil will, or that the plants will enjoy later down the road. And hopefully the soil has its own bacteria that's beneficial to the plants that are growing in it at that point anyway.
Now, you guys can keep going. It's almost 3:30 where I am, so I am going to have to leave. I'll keep the Hangout open, but I'm just going to stop the broadcast.